No checks by Giacomelli. And underway with Napoli in the sky blue, moving from left to right. Sassuolo in possession. Quickly the ball over the top, looking for Nicolas Sansone. Napoli kicking off the second half of the campaign, and first for the first time since back when Diego Maradona was the toast of Naples. That was 26 years ago when Napoli won the second of their 2 Scudetti. Sassuolo, meanwhile, making a bit of history of their own in their 3rd season in the top flight. 6th place, by far their best standing at the midpoint of a season. The win at Inter last week, meaning they've now beaten Napoli, Inter, and Juventus, really 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Serie A. They're the only side who have gone unbeaten against the top 6. It's Consigli in goal, the back 4 for Salico, Arialdo, Acerbi and Peluso along the back, Magnanelli, Misiroli, and Duncan, the midfield trio, Politano, Falcinelli, and Sansone, with 3 across the front. Napoli, Trena in goal. This side, Albiol, Kirikes, and Gulam along the back. Jorginho, Alan, and Hamšík in the middle. Callejon, Higuaín, and Insigne up top. This is Magnanelli. Combining with Misiroli. Alfred Duncan chipped over the top for Sansone. Hillside's there, but cannot clear. Given away, Sansone finding an opening. Tripped up and pointing to the spot is Giacomelli. A chance on a penalty 2 minutes in. There's Napoli with some clumsy defending.
Oh, we have to take another look at this. What a start, and as we anticipated, the ball going right away to their main danger man, and that was Sansone. How much contact was there? Yeah, he just sticks the boot in. Albiol doesn't look like he catches the ball. It goes right through the shin of Sansone. There's not that much of an appeal. It's a bit half-hearted, and it's going to be Falcinelli from the spot, a player who only has 1 goal in Serie A. Played last year with Perugia in the 2nd division, the Serie B, where he scored 14 goals, and what a moment this is for Falcinelli against the top side in Serie A, only in the 2nd minute. A very good goalkeeper in front of him in Pepe Reina.
Yet to stop a penalty this season. Falcinelli has converted it. Sassuolo in front. It took just 3 minutes. And he's put it past Pepe Reina. Napoli 0, Sassuolo 1.
What a moment. Unpredictable as always this Serie A season. Nice little step up from Falcinelli. Pure power behind it. He sends Reina the wrong way. It's angled well. Steps up to the plate. Falcinelli, and what a moment that is for Sassuolo as they go right away to their main danger man, Sansone, with Berardi out, Zaza gone. It is going to have to be Nicola Sansone to really carry them in what looked like the hardest of fixtures.
Sansone once again against the entirety of the Napoli backline. He'll take it himself, absorbing the context from Alan. Against Albiol. Austin, near post. Ushered out, but really pressure from Sassuolo. And the early goal, your reward.
So tricky, isn't he, Sansone? He's a very direct player, always looks to take on the defender rather than looking for a teammate. And once he beats 2, 3 players, then he can find the mismatch inside the box.
First corner of the match, it's played short foul for Duncan. Hooked into the edge of the 6. Misiroli unable to make clean contact. Tracked down by Versalico. Touch for Napoli. But Falcinelli, it's only his 2nd Serie A goal in Sassuolo. He scored back in week 18 against Frosinone in a 2-2 draw. This, quite a moment for the 24-year-old. With 14 goals in Serie B with Perugia last season. Insigne chipping it back for Albiol. Pepe Reina. As Napoli have dug themselves in an early hole. Not lost at home all season, Partenope. In fact, their last home defeat was in the final match day of the season, last campaign, against Lazio 2-4, which Gonzalo Higuain scored a brace, missed the penalty. It was a match that cost Napoli the chance to play Champions League football. Insigne chipped into the 18. Callejon, the intended target. It was nodded away by Acerbi.
See the formation for Sassuolo. They call it a 4-3-3, but very much a 4-1-4-1 with Magnanelli, the lone man, in front of that back line. That now they'll play a little bit deeper, I'm sure. It's a dangerous game against this Napoli side, the most prolific attacking unit in Italy.
For Callejon, moving back for Alan. On the side. Alan, the former Udinese man, who's been thriving since the move to Napoli. Jorginho. To strike for Hamsik. It's a good ball forward, but Arialdo able to deal with it well. Insigne. First touch pass for Saligo. Keeps it in play for Hamsik. Well by Magnanelli. Alan. He's tripped up here, Alan. There's the foul, Falcinelli. Free kick coming up for Napoli. Back in week 1, it was Napoli who scored the early goal, and it was also in the 3rd minute. In that case, it was Marek Hamsik who put them in front. Sassuolo scoring 2 unanswered goals by Floro Flores, Nicola Sansone. Hit the winner 6 minutes from time. Put it to the back post for Albiol. Use it for Kirikis. Hamsik. Too much on the ball, and Insigne unable to get there. Jorginho makes the block. Puts it out of play for Sassuolo.
There's a much better look at Sansone driving on Albiol. He leaves that boot out. Quick movements from Sansone really bamboozle the ex-Real Madrid defender so early in the game. First time that Sassuolo had the ball in Napoli's half. That's the kind of trouble that Sansone will give defenders, those very quick, rapid movements.
Long ball this time, looking for Lorenzo Insigne. It might fall to him still. Magnanelli cutting it back. Kirikis losing it for a moment. Albiol back for Hussein. Safely at the feet of Peperina. Lucas. Jorginho. Too out of place with the ball at his feet. Certainly not him. Gonzalo Higuain. Foul given late. Gonzalo Higuain not happy with Giacomelli, but he does draw the whistle.
A little bit of extra from Alan, leading in with the forearm. Already has that physical nature about it.
He's getting plenty of touches in the early going. Here's Hamsik. Insigne makes himself an option. Diagonal forward for Callejon, just beyond his reach. Koscielny able to control. He is one of the underrated goalkeepers in Serie A. Koscielny put on an absolute display against Inter last week. And Samir Handanovic.
It's nothing new. Goes back to his time at Atalanta. What a deal he was for Sassuolo to have a goalkeeper like that. The defense can play a lot more calmly, knowing that they have, I think, Andrea Koscielny right in behind him. 28-year-old was world class against Inter. That save on Adam Ljajic, you can watch it 1,000 times over. Thing of beauty.
Falcinelli moves it wide, cross attempted, but won't get past Albiol. Hamsik. Napoli finding space. Insigne. The strike for Gonzalo Higuain. The Capocannoniere off target.
Getting to a point where you feel like everything on Higuain touches in the final third will turn into gold. and it's Peluso trying to make the sliding challenge just a second late, trying to intercept that ball. He spotted the lane, he knew it was coming, as Insigne only had that one option in front of him in Higuain, but rather narrow angle. Have the best position to beat Consigli from that distance, or angle just at the edge of the box.
Nice touch from Alan. Was last touched by Sassuolo. One of the players that Sarri brought with him over from Empoli last season, where they played lovely football but were never above 12th place in the Serie A table. Remember, he was one of their key players. Duncan. Cinelli leads it for Sansone in traffic. Napoli operate best. Hamšík. Insigne. Against Misiroli. Comes cross. Callejon needing to readjust. Jorginho. Albiol. Into Insigne. And it's chipped into the 18.
Look how far back Insigne is coming. Should be tucked in right alongside Higuain, but he's always searching for the ball in that free roll.
Once more the early ball, not on the same page as Insigne. Just got it away, but it's out to touch for Napoli. Insigne. Insigne goes for goal, and it bounces in front of Consigli. Easy in the end for the goalkeeper.
Just bounce inside his gloves. Had it been that bounce a little bit earlier, maybe would have troubled Consigli a bit more. Some pace behind it, but relatively comfortable for Consigli. So it was at his near post, not angled the way he wanted it to. The little homegrown magician Lorenzo Insigne is having his best season in the Serie A.
And step overs from the Brazilian. Forced to retreat via Callejon. Now Jorginho. Good ball in for Gonzalo Higuain. Turns, but he's got a Cherby nearby. It's the big center back who gets the last touch.
No, just we often talk about Berardi and the attack, Sansone, the reason why Sassuolo doing well, but the defense as well. Acerbi has been brilliant this season. His delivery from the back, physical there, and reading the run from Higuain, gets in front of the big number 9. He's had quite a story as well. Acerbi coming back from cancer, playing his best football of his career.
Trying to squeeze it through to Marek Hamšík. Sassuolo struggling to get the ball out of their own defensive half after a flying start in the opening minutes. Sainz trying to go through the legs once more. Alfred Duncan had it spotted. And Talan who ends up nutmegged. Pressure of Napoli in dividends to win the ball back. Reina. Blasted forward to no one in particular. This is the opening match of the second half of the season for Napoli and Sassuolo. They closed out the first half of the campaign in week 19 with Napoli winning 5-1 in their visit to Frosinone. Goals by Albiol, raced by Higuain, Hamšík and Gabbiadini with a stunner. Samarco had the consolation goal for Frosinone, but it made it 4 straight wins now in all competitions for Napoli. 6 games without a loss. Napoli have only lost twice in 26 games. Reina able to deal with this well. It's in all competitions. Of course, just 1 defeat in the last 25 after dropping the season opener to Sassuolo.
Likes getting forward. Versalico and Politano always looking to cut in. It's very interesting with those overlapping runs from Versalico. They'll look to exploit that right-hand side with Napoli sending so many forward.
There's Insigne into the 18. Insigne, no way through as Magnanelli closes the door. Politano deep in his own half. Jorginho looking for an option, finding one in Insigne. Hamšík. Callejon begging for the ball. Delivered to Higuain. Goal by Sansone. One back, Allen. It's on target to Higuain. Cherby gets it away. Sassuolo feel there should have been a foul called against the line. Jorginho.
Go.
Ulam goes for goal from a long way out. Once again, bouncing in front of Consili. To be able to settle.
See that those bouncers right in front of the goalkeeper, that'll give him trouble sometimes, even someone with the qualities.
He's down, favoring his left hamstring.
You don't want that. He's the creator in this midfield. Does he go down on his own? It seems like it. Right after the shot was taken, you see him just going down. It looks like he's coming out. That is too bad for Sassuolo. It's a big miss. Misiroli, they rely on him for that guile in the center of the park.
And he'll be replaced by Lorenzo Pellegrini, who's making just his fifth Serie A appearance this season.
Holding on to that hamstring right away. Misiroli knew he couldn't continue. Very important player for Eusebio Di Francesco.
Missing quite a few important players now when you consider already without Paolo Cannavaro, first choice center back alongside Acerbi, and Domenico Berardi suspended. Now have Misiroli, a list of players out for Eusebio Di Francesco.
Player coming in, Lorenzo Pellegrini, only 19. He's a Roma product. So in his fifth game, he's really scored a goal this season.
Alan, back for Jorginho. Alan. Hamšík, switch of play is Fauzi Gulam getting involved in the attack. Hamšík able to settle. Jorginho nearly giving it away. Safe pass back for Albiol. Idikes. Insigne's back here doesn't quite come off. And Sampaolo lets him hear it. Switch attempted anyway from Hamšík. Giving away Albiol, stepping forward, drawing contact, but Napoli still in possession. Idikes. More uncharacteristic approach. It's falling for Higuain, who was in an offside position. It's early, but tempers are starting to flare. A few more balls over the top and long passes than we've thrown across the two.
He's got a point, Andres. Absolutely. He's been kept on by Versalico, who was following Lorenzo Insigne.
But it was Insigne who makes a move toward the ball, and he was offside. He's right to suggest that he is onside. Gonzalo Higuain, but the linesman got it right. Albiol. Sassuolo, their big win over Inter. They've gained the reputation for being giant killers this season, having already beaten Napoli and Juventus as well. It was a 95th minute penalty from Domenico Berardi that's stretched Sassuolo's unbeaten streak in the Serie A to 5 games now, which includes a couple of road wins against Sampdoria and Inter. The scalp pulling the double against Napoli would be Agnelli with the interception. Substitute Pellegrini. Cinelli needing to adjust. And it's back for Albiol.
Cinelli screaming at his wingers. He wants to apply constant pressure, telling Politano as well to help him out, press that back line of Napoli.
Hamšík. Ulam. Substitute from Eric Hamšík. Nice ball to Lorenzo Insigne. The flag stays down. Options to cross into. Versalico marking. Callejon with the equalizer at the near post. It's a different role for the Spaniard, playing almost as an out-and-out forward, and it pays dividend for Napoli. 19 minutes in, Napoli 1, Sassuolo 1.
You can always sense there would be goals, and you can see what it means for Callejon. More importantly, it's only his first goal of the season. Scored 26 in the last 2 campaigns, and the Spaniard, Insigne, is onside. He's being kept on by Acerbi and Pelusa. Spots the run of Callejon, who's onside as well. Perfect run as the defender's late to react, and he splits the 2 center backs. Wonderful ball from the little magician. Lorenzo Insigne picks out Callejon to perfection. Long time coming for a player that Rafa Benitez wanted so bad. The very versatile Jose Callejon, telling his teammates to keep calm, and Callejon.
Well, it's his first Serie A goal for the Spaniard since April in 2015. It was back in match day 31 against Cagliari in a 3-0 win for Napoli. It's an important one at home against the Sassuolo side that have been on quite a good stretch. Slip forward for Gonzalo Higuain. The flag is up once more.
He's living on that line of the defense, isn't he, Gonzalo? He's trying to time it to perfection. He knows he has so many players with excellent technique, and yeah, he's just offside there. Acerbi and Carialdo have to be in constant lookout. So talented, Higuain, with his positioning and making those runs.
By Hamšík, for Higuain. Hamšík once more has Gulam alongside. Hamšík, Gulam goes for goal, trying to bend it forward, and Consigli very much in alert.
And Consigli saying calma, telling his defense to calm down. It's been the best stretch for Napoli the last 5 minutes or so. Absolutely peppering Consigli. The pressure, this is a staple of Maurizio Sarri's Napoli. Constant pressure, suffocating Sassuolo, not allowing them to even breathe when they're on the ball.
Keep in mind, it was Sassuolo who stormed out of the gate with early pressure, rewarded with a penalty that was converted by Falcinelli, but possession has swung the other way now, 71% to Napoli. We've just reached the 20th minute. Coutinho. Gulam. Look at Callejon playing off of Higuain. Hamšík left in play, but Consigli out to meet it. Sansone. And a foul in the offensive half. And quick on the whistle. Giacomelli got this one right as well. There's another look at the goal. Brilliant run from Jose Callejon.
That's what he can do. Works so hard defensively, but can also make those diagonal runs, get himself into the box. And he scored a lot of goals since joining from Real Madrid, where he was mostly used as a substitute. Back when certainly Jose Mourinho was in charge of the club.
Minelli pulls it forward, finding Pellegrini, the substitute. Didn't quite link up with Politano.
You have to watch out with Kirikesh. He's been known throughout his career. Sometimes he can make a mistake with the ball at his feet, can get intercepted, and you can almost hear the air being sucked out of the stadium when they give Kirikesh the ball. Just seems a little bit late to react. He's really poor to go with his first touch. Let's see if that plays into Sassuolo's hands.
There you don't expect to give it away. Marek Hamšík took that position as well as Sassuolo on the counter. Hamšík puts out his own fire. Insigne. Back to Kirikesh. And it's Jorginho. Put it forward by Hamšík. Jose Callejon. It's pumped in for Lorenzo Insigne, who's just made uncomfortable on the close marking of Magnanelli. Musso. Pass it forward. Seeing with his back to goal is Falcinelli. Duncan. Magnanelli. Settle back into the game now. Sassuolo. Pass for Politano. Two options to cross to near post. Falcinelli falls down for Duncan. Is it blocked by Husai? Still not out of danger. Now Dio gets a defensive header in. Duncan puts it into the seats.
Two blasts by Duncan, both of them take wicked deflections nowhere near Pepe Reina's goal. It's really the best attack since they scored the goal. There's no chance of a handball there. Isai can't do much else other than tuck it in, that arm next to his chest.
It's Albiol. Sony. Zigzag passing of Napoli. Touch from Marek Hamšík, who's characteristically poor on his first touch today. This one could be costly. Nicolas Sansone. Looking for an opening. Sansone, he found it. Only a sliver. It's a weak shot toward Reina.
Well, he was waiting for the run of Falcinelli, but it never came, so he decided, Sansone, to take matters into his own hands. Rather tame effort at Pepe Reina.
Higuain. Full control from Gonzalo Higuain. Over the top for Callejon. The flag is up. Not he timed his run perfectly.
Yeah.
Jose Callejon, he was maybe just a shade off.
Let's take a look in Lifetime. It looked to be just onside. And how about that service from Gonzalo Higuain? He's not just a striker to lead the line. He can do that as well.
Albiol out to meet it. He denies Peluso.
Like to take
last touch by the Spaniard.
another look at that run from Callejon. That service from Higuain was sublime. Right into stride.
Duncan slips it through for Peluso. Cross into the danger area. Schnelli has made contact, but it's not clean. A couple of chances against Inter last week where Falcinelli got himself into good spots, but in a similar outcome. That header just now. Ulan. Easy pass to Jorginho. Hamšík. Gonzalo makes the run. And back to Jorginho. Further still to Albiol. Maintain possession and control here, Napoli. Kirikesh. That's what you were talking about earlier. Napoli not made to pay for it. Marek Hamšík picking it back up. Receiving from Jorginho. Making a run. Instead it's Lorenzo Insigne who was being singled out.
So much movement off the ball.
Why didn't Lorenzo Insigne? My time was like up to what he was thinking. Really should have made a run for that ball. Here's Lorenzo Insigne. Hamšík. Minelli steps in front. Ulan. Callejon. Hamšík needs an opening. Deflected through. It will be a corner kick for Napoli. Second corner of the match for the home side.
Take a look at the run. Here it is from Callejon. Yep, correct call. Just offside. So close it looked in Lifetime. Wonderful vision. Two Real Madrid ex-players linking up and really produced a bit of magic there. Callejon, no goals this entire season, trying to get a brace just under 25 minutes before.
In short with Hamšík, who's going to dribble his way through traffic. We'll see if he slaps it down at the near post. This season only Napoli have lost fewer games than Sassuolo. They've only suffered 3 defeats in this their third season of top-flight football. That's fewer than Juventus, Inter, and Fiorentina, as many as Roma. And Minelli. Just giving the ball away to Jorginho. Lorenzo Insigne wanted to come through. It's Peluso who plays it forward. Miscalculated from Napoli. Sassuolo. Pepe Reina able to slap it wide from Politano. He's still in play for his side.
Seemed like Pepe Reina just reacted a bit late. Almost surprised at see Politano cuts inside and he just gets to ground at the last moment. Unable to coolly collect it. And luckily for Pepe Reina, there was no run to be made there at the far post to just tap it in.
After dunking a little over aggressive, marking Allen. Kick taken quickly. Callejon throws the ball back. Sansone tripping over Jorginho. And Salan goes all the way back to Pepe Reina. Under pressure from Falcinelli.
Not just the work that Magnanelli does, the captain. Incredible.
Ulan finding a pocket of space, and it was immediately closed down by Ariaudo.
Just look at the number 4 for Sassuolo. He's not going to make the highlight reel, but so much work, so industrious. He's always pressing these players. It's exactly what Sassuolo need if they want to try and stifle this offensive juggernaut of Maurizio Sarri. Constant movement from that midfield line, and they really need to help out that back four. Need to track back and those spaces compact, not allow too much.
Please select a landing. Support helicopter requested. Some will set shortly.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
To a 40-point mark that basically assures you stay in the top flight.
Beside just enough space to cross. It's a heavy cross toward Insigne. Lorenzo won't get there. Well, they are knocking on the European door. A win today would see them climb level on points with Roma for that 6th place Europa League slot. Of course, Roma still to play their Week 20 match. And predicament here at Iago.
And you know what, Andres, you mentioned it before, the confidence that Sassuolo must have, knowing that, as you said, they defeated already Juventus, Inter last week. Now looking to get at least a point against Napoli away at the San Paolo. No easy feat.
Keep in mind, of course, they do have a game in hand. Albiol. Irikish. Jorginho. Callejon. And the flick is also an errant pass. Gonzalo Higuain trying to win it back from Cini. Moving his options, losing his footing, but let's get it away. Nikesh has made 1 or 2 mistakes along the back. Next the partner of Peperina.
As you mentioned, Andres, Sassuolo, that one less game than everyone else. They'll need to play that match against Torino. As you saw, Kirikesh taking another touch unneeded. Just get rid of the ball. He's getting pressed very well by Sassuolo. They're anticipating now that he will take that extra touch, and they want to close him down, get the ball, go on a short field, and create a little bit of havoc.
Passed it toward the back post. The ball landed in the field of play. Certainly the standing on the table is different, Matteo. What else is different about Sarri's Napoli? The Rafa Benitez version.
It's a much better looking side, let's be honest, and this is a side that De Laurentiis built to be exactly in this position. After he sold Edinson Cavani, he still stayed committed to bringing over quality players and spending the big bucks. I brought in Higuain as the face. He's kept Matak Hamšík. There's been plenty of bids for him.
Legherini. Forward, Raul Albiol, always that high line of Napoli.
Yep, and
we will get a second touch.
Talk about the almost robotic nature, and we mean that in a very positive way, the way that it just looks so organized in possession, always multiple players moving when another player's in possession, so many options to pass it to.
When he can muscle Milan away from the ball. Sansone, played forward, Albiol read it well. Jorginho. Down to Fauzi Goulam. So he does get away with just 1 touch. Albiol. Taking control from Insigne. He was given the space. Chip forward for Hamšík. And across with a very important tackle. Mariello. Now it's Duncan. Sansone. In traffic. It's possessed by Jorginho. Nicolas Sansone. Here's Politano. Just into the danger area. Falcinelli, the intended target, but finding only Kirikesh.
Oh, he had 4 Napoli defenders around him. Falcinelli, absolutely no chance, but then Politano gets the ball on the right-hand side. Versalico is really showing a penchant for getting forward and making those overlapping runs.
Speed of the transition into attack from Napoli. Outside of the boot for Callejon. Consigli gets it away. And it's ultimately cleared away by Acerbi. They're appealing for a handball. Callejon pleading his case. Play allowed to continue. Was it handled? Certainly no intent. Insigne. Pass one challenge. Lorenzo Insigne! Oh. Just wide of Consigli's goal.
What a moment here. Lovely to get by the first defender. Lorenzo Rialdo had that little wiggle. Space, here's that ball. Takes that touch outside of the boot. Yeah, well, that looked inadvertent, honestly. Let's see. It's really in an unnatural position. He didn't expect the ball to bounce off of Consigli. And I don't think there's anything intentional about that one, honestly, Andres.
I can tell just how much of the arm it caught from that view.
It was, that split second, doesn't expect the ball to bounce off of his goalkeeper's legs like it did. Didn't even have time to react or know what had hit him.
Politano, Falcinelli. Politano has Duncan. Tansone. On his side. 10 minutes left in this opening half. It's evaporated, really. It flies when you're having fun, and it's been a thrill of an opening half at the São Paulo.
See Callejon trying to catch his breath. That signifies exactly the kind of match it's been. End-to-end action.
Duncan.
This isn't your grandfather's catenaccio.
Awful cross from Alfred Duncan. Did it take a deflection? It did. It's a corner kick for Sassuolo. Second of the match, and it will be the Sampdoria Loni to take it. Given to the back post. It's Pellegrini who was rising to meet it. It was well marked. Here's Higuain. Really deflecting the ball from Gonzalo Higuain with the inside of his foot. Ulam. Gino. Alan. Schick playing it back. A familiar triangulation of Napoli's attack. Player receives it with his back to goal. He's always more than willing to play it back. Salico chips it forward. Falcinelli had just lost his footing. So he couldn't adjust. He's playing at a frenetic pace now. And just putting it back to Peperina, looking to lower the temperature. He's not taking a real chance. Insigne. Schick. Ulam with Callejon as the most likely option inside the 18. Jose Callejon! Need the right run once more. He was well marked.
Your ideal aerial threat, Jose Callejon. There's that shot that whiskered wide before from Lorenzo Insigne. As he gets in that position, he's always looking to go for placement rather than power. I don't know about that one. Still looks voluntary from Acerbi.
Okay, the subject is in.
Have it forward to Falcinelli. Give it away off his chest. Here's Albiol. Callejon. Jorginho. And its way back to the Brazilian-born Italian international. Here's Albiol. And Sony read the pass well. It still makes its way to Callejon. Inside, back for Albiol. Fish looks to switch play to Gulam. Hamšík making a run. Jorginho, lovely football here from Napoli. Jorginho tripped up by Magnanelli. Will be a foul, and just a foul as Giacomelli going over to have a word with the Sassuolo captain.
It's more of the commanding Napoli possession football, everybody getting involved.
Callejon to Higuain, he'll take it. Refused to take it first time, and Acerbi able to poke it away.
Acerbi's been on his heels this entire match. Everywhere Higuain's gone, he's had a shadow in the shape of Big Bad Acerbi. Just sticks in the boot, perfectly timed interception there just to whisk it away from underneath Gonzalo. Talked about the form that Acerbi's been in. It was before he joined Milan, where he was considered to be one of the best center backs in Serie A, if you can believe it. I remember he was right up there with Thiago Silva. I know it sounds funny saying it now. He's really reached that form with Sassuolo. Good for him, coming back from testicular cancer, bouts of chemotherapy, and now he's here playing the best football of his career.
And Jorginho's cross going all the way around, out of play. Back in. Salico blasted forward. Enrique stepping up. Duncan. To find Sansone. We want to find him a few more times. He was wreaking havoc on the Napoli defense in the early going, Nicolas Sansone. Still in many ways trying to replace Simone Zaza. Sosai applies the pressure. Back by Jorginho. Now Alan. Messiman trying to get it forward. Instead, the safe pass to Insigne. Hamšík with Higuain making a run to the spot. Hamšík squeezes it in, and it's Higuain! 19 goals on the season for the capocannoniere Gonzalo Higuain. And it's Napoli's captain and best playmaker who provides it. 42nd minute, it's Napoli 2, Sassuolo 1.
Similar position, both crosses coming from that left-hand side against Sime Versalico. But this time it's not Insigne, it's Marek Hamšík who plays this one in low. Gonzalo Higuain, you can see Hamšík, he looked up, he saw the run of Higuain, who was always looking to play off the shoulder of the defense, and he just had to step on Lorenzo Arialdo. And who else but Higuain? A goal a game, basically. It's the best season of his career in Italy, and he's on pace to hit a almost magical 30-goal a season tally. It's only been done once since 1957. And Higuain is well on pace. I mean, he's on pace to nearly get 40.
Well, it's the first match of the second half of the season. Higuain has already eclipsed the 18 goals he scored last season. 17 in his first campaign with Napoli. His career best was 27 with Real Madrid back in 2010. He's certainly on pace to eclipse that.
By the way, the only player to score more than 30 since 1957, Luca Toni. Still playing and doing well as well this season as the last two, but always have to applaud big Luca and Hellas Verona.
Last season's co-leading goal scorer along with Mauro Icardi. Same by Jorginho, and Insigne won't get there for Salico dig. Flew back toward Jorginho. On the side that have taken more shots and completed more passes than any team in Serie A. It's because they dominate possession like this. Excellent touch from Insigne. Slip forward for Gonzalo Higuain. 3 men on the break. Higuain with Callejon alongside. Played into stride for the Spaniard. The return ball for Gonzalo. Taken away at the last. Hamšík has his effort blocked. Callejon into the edge of the 6. He'll fall back for the Spaniard.
It's really frenetic pace, but great job, Arialdo. As soon as that ball from Higuain was played, Arialdo looked over his shoulder. He stayed step to step with Gonzalo Higuain and made a crucial header.
One back by Alan. Callejon just losing his footing in possession.
And Higuain knows it. Had that been the perfect service, he thinks he would have gotten his second goal and Napoli's third. This tempo is incredible, though. Feels like a Champions League atmosphere, and it's all about what Maurizio Sarri has preached. You listen to some of the players, Andres, this season. Higuain has nothing but great things to say about Sarri, and he's really flourished so much under him. But Sarri preaches constant movement. His training sessions are intense, and you can see it here. The players in excellent physical condition.
Out of the way by Hussein. Holding the strike for Lorenzo Insigne. Permanently looking for Gonzalo Higuain. Something quite magical about an Argentine thriving in Naples. It was back in the days of Diego Maradona and Napoli, the last winter champions. Finds Peluso. It's Callejon. There's plenty on it. Politano against Gulam. Big bat for Magnanelli. There's Alan. Able to stop the Sassuolo attack from Pepe Reina. Out again. The credit goes to Maurizio Sarri. Not just the results, but an absolute renovation in terms of their style of play, with very much the same players for the most part. That'll do it for the opening half. 46 minutes absolutely evaporated. It's Napoli 2, Sassuolo 1. Falcinelli found the opener after 3 minutes. It was Callejon who hit the equalizer on the 19th, and Gonzalo Higuain, his 19th goal of the season, on the 42nd. Roma player himself, Eusebio Di Francesco, has been doing a sensational job with Sassuolo, and it'll take a bit more magic today to get themselves back into this one. No changes from either manager for the start of the second half. Napoli took over the top spot in Serie A. Week 19, they close out the first half of the season as winter champions. They're, for the moment, opening up a 4-point gap at the top of the table with a 2-1 lead over Sassuolo. It is Reina in goal, his side Albiol, Kirikes and Gulam along the back, Jorginho, Alan and Hamšík, Callejon, Higuain and Insigne. Callejon and Higuain with the goals. As Consigli gets it away, it's a backline of Versalico, Arialdo, Acerbi and Peluso, Magnanelli, Pellegrini, who came on for the injured Nisiroli, and Duncan in the middle, Politano, Falcinelli and Sansone up top. That was a foul committed by Federico Peluso. Despite there being a penalty, there hasn't been a yellow card issued yet by Piero Giacomelli, who does average about 3.5 yellows per game. Cherby getting it forward. Duncan putting it into the middle for Falcinelli. Magnanelli. Pellegrini. He can dribble through traffic, and with pressure from Alan to win it back. Jorginho. Higuain. Duncan doing well to sidestep his marker. Plays the ball forward for Sansone. Sansone into the 18, trying to cut inside of his side. Wonderful defensive work from the Albanian. Plays it for Hamšík.
Has to get the ball away.
His fifth start, he does ultimately get it away, but after some little trouble. Hamšík. Insigne. dangerous cutting inside from the wide areas. Insigne, as Magnanelli makes the block.
That looked dangerous. Looked like it was going for that far top corner. Loves those situations, Insigne, when he's just taking on that one defender right in front of him. So shifty, that low center of gravity.
This is for Gonzalo Higuain. Difficult angle. Higuain! Well, he's got his protractor in hand. He doesn't care about the angle.
One of those cross-shot hybrids. If there's a run at the far post, even better. Squeeze itself in. That'd be ideal. It was nowhere near testing Consigli, but just dreaming about that little touch at the far post that didn't get past Consigli.
Albiol trying to find Callejon, gave it away to Magnanelli. Good shift from Callejon to win it back. Jorginho. Chopped down Callejon by Magnanelli. They allowed to continue. And if ever there was a cause for a yellow card, maybe that would have been it. But taking a lenient view of the Giacomelli. Duncan settles it under pressure. Raul Albiol. Wonder from Duncan as he plays the ball forward for Sansone. Magic on the ball, Nicolas Sansone. Falcinelli. He gets past the first defender, Albiol, but not the second, Alan. Riding the challenge from Falcinelli. Chervi. Leading the way 10 shots to 6. 5 of their shots have been on target. Seen them beating twice. So just under 70% possession for the home side. Ball forward for Pellegrini to arrive onto. Henriquez. It's in the roadblock. Force it in. Anyway, Pellegrino tried to play it quickly into Insigne. Di Francesco may just be thinking of his first tactical alteration. He was forced into an injury substitution when Simone Misiroli was subbed off after 15 minutes, replaced by Lorenzo Pellegrini. The offside flag is up here against Sassuolo. Jorginho with a weak pass back for Albiol. Spaniard getting it away. Gulan keeping it in play. Off the head of Insigne. Magnanelli. Politano. Onside was Versalico. Politano once more trying to slip it through for Versalico. And Jorginho sticks a foot out. 5 minutes gone in the second half. Versalico not on the same page. Intended target and Lorenzo Insigne. Under pressure from Alfred Duncan. Technical quality of seemingly every player for Napoli. What allows Sarri to implement his style. And here's Gonzalo Higuain looking for his second. Oh. Just wide, Higuain. A careless giveaway by Sassuolo. They're not made to pay for it by the most dangerous man in Serie A.
All credit, El Cid Hysaj. He tried to think the ball past Pelusa, but he continued on his run and then dispossessed it, and that's what created this opportunity. Love to see that from the young Albanian. 21 years old. Sarri loved him at Empoli last season. Loved him so much he brought him over to Napoli to start this new project, and there you can see that tenacity from the fullback, El Cid Hysaj.
Henriquez just leading the foul.
Quite ambidextrous though, isn't he, Gonzalo Higuain? That was his weaker foot, and he's still a good whack.
Contact looked a lot worse in live time. Magnanelli. Nice forward as Alfred Duncan comes close to make himself an option. Pellegrini. Unintentional, but it falls to Versaligo. Insigne complaining of a foul from Magnanelli. Duncan. Chip to the edge of the 18. Laid off for Politano! When it took a deflection, it looked a lot worse from here.
That's a good job here, Falcinelli, playing that hold-up striker role, just using his body as a tower to head it back. Knew that there was going to be an option right in behind him, and I'm sure it was Politano. Hasn't really gotten a chance in open play, Falcinelli. Just that one penalty. Other than that, he's worked hard, but little end product.
Politano was trying to whip it in. Insigne winning it back. Insigne, one man to beat for Lorenzo Insigne. Two others giving chase. Insigne. Ultimately blocked by Magnanelli. Invited him through, didn't he? He opened up that space and then closed it down immediately. Hamsik, the switch of play. Higuain, the intended target.
He almost knew right away that Insigne was going to try to cut it on his right, as his only option was Gonzalo Higuain making the right. So Magnanelli invited Insigne to just take the ball and run right past him. Instead, Insigne went right into the path of Magnanelli. That's great anticipation from the Sassuolo captain. Magnanelli just saying, you know what, little Lorenzo, try to beat me with pace.
There's Magnanelli. Politano. His back to goal is Falcinelli. Duncan. Forced to pass into the number 9. Hamsik, excellent control. Marek Hamsik has Higuain on one side. Insigne on the other. He was all led by Acerbi. Thomas passes. Done by this side. Kirikes. Control from the center back. Started all 5 of the games he's played in this season for Romanian. Insigne blazing a trail down the middle. Insigne running into a wall in the form of Arialdo.
Good wall, Arialdo. It's not obstruction. He didn't move. Insigne just barrels right into him. I mentioned it already in the first half, but going back to that previous interception by Francesco Acerbi, he has been wonderful. Both Napoli goals coming from that left-hand side where Versalico and inside Arialdo patrol. But no danger coming from the opposite side with Peluso and Acerbi.
There's Peluso. Dangerous cross in toward Falcinelli. Albiol had it covered. Just out to meet it. Duncan trying to chip it over the top. Last touch by the Albanian fullback. Owen coming up for Sassuolo. 10 minutes gone in the second half. It's still Napoli 2, Sassuolo 1. Big 5-1 win last week over Frosinone. And that Napoli took possession of the best attack in Serie A. Scored 38 goals coming into today. They're now the first side to reach 40. Better than Fiorentina, and it's the result of having the foul throw. The result of having the capocannoniere on your side in Gonzalo Higuain, but also Lorenzo Insigne, who now leads the Serie A in assists with his 7th when he found the head of Callejon. And Marek Hamsik, who is tied with 6 assists for 2nd place on the assist table. Milan dispossessed, but it fell kindly to Jorginho. And back inside Versalico. There's Pellegrini. It's chopped down.
Yep, clear foul. Just kicked from the back. Gonzalo Higuain, no play on the ball.
Over the top for Versalico, who gives up the chase. Action on the substitutes bench for Sassuolo. Mix of Loro Flores and Gregoire Defrel. Good options to try and head the goal back to San Paolo for these visitors. Alfred Duncan came away with the ball, but Looking whistled against Agnelli.
Please
He trips up Alan.
requested.
Good options on the bench for Sarri as well, should he choose to try and find an insurance goal off the bench. The likes of Gabbiadini scored a blockbuster. Really a trademark goal for him against Frosinone. Also Dries Mertens, who had to start against Frosinone. Insigne! And it's an audacious hit from little Lorenzo Insigne.
As well to chest it down, and it's not a skill that he's afraid of. That ball falling right in front of him, just strikes through it, central, right in front of his body. Looking for that near post, top corner. See, you seem to have it covered though. Game's slowed down a bit. Last 5-10 minutes or so. It's hard to match that pace. It's normal that teams and players will tire out just a little bit. It's unrealistic to think that you can maintain that sort of frenetic pace for 90 minutes.
Kilicious. Insigne giving chase, but it's Versalico who gets there first, nods it out of play. Napoli get a throw in. Higuain. Insigne. Across the green for Jorginho. Hamsik. Gulak. Tight space. Insigne. Is it touched away by Pellegrini, who was the last to touch it. Insigne curled toward Jose Callejon's. Making those runs off of Gonzalo Higuain all day. He was rewarded with the equalizer in the 19th minute.
Yeah, he's a capable goal scorer, and it's double trouble for Sassuolo's defense, having to deal with the runs from Higuain and Callejon, with Hamsik and Lorenzo Insigne playing provider.
Yes, some of that confidence on the ball. Rabiot. That's what most center backs would do in Kirikic's place, and blast it into the opposition half.
That's not where you want that confidence. Kirikic is doing every single time he's on the ball. He just takes that extra touch. It's just no need for it, really. Just can give the ball away so quickly, and with that high line, you give the ball away there, it is going to be a very precarious position.
Seeing who's switch sides. Rather, that's his side. The overlapping run of Jose Callejon in for Higuain. Took a deflection off of Acerbi, and Consigli dodges a bullet.
Oh, would that have gone in had it not taken that deflection? Just took a lot of the heat out of the ball. Higuain, that's exactly the sort of service he thrives on. He was in a central position inside the box. Side-footed attempt, purely going for placement. I think he was aiming for that bottom corner, far post. How many times have we seen Gonzalo score from that position?
Meanwhile, Alan collided with Federico Peluso.
Another look at it here, Andres. It's onside. Wonderful ball from Hamsik. All the creative players getting together and combining. So many runs. Saw first the run from his side, then the follow-up run from Callejon, and luckily for Sassuolo, it does take that deflection because it takes the sting out of that ball, and it's a lucky, fortunate deflection for Sassuolo.
How many teams would have tried to play that ball one time into the 18-yard box? And with Napoli, they know that a negative ball can lead to a positive outcome. In case a chance created, Virtua playing the back pass first. Reina with Falcinelli. Pellegrini. Croatian Versalico. Chested down by Callejon. The cleanest touch from Gonzalo Higuain. He's dispossessed by Pellegrini. Sansone. Done a decent job of keeping Sansone somewhat marginalized after a fast start. Battling with Alan. He's the Brazilian who wins it. Hamsik, change of direction. Keeps it through for Alan. Chip toward Lorenzo Insigne. The overlap from Gulan. Into the 6. Jose Callejon was arriving. It was just over his head.
So quick, just a little touch right here. Fantastic ball, Callejon. He's been playing in a much more central position alongside Higuain. He's tucked in very close, so Higuain can just go on those crafty little 1-2s. And also the players, Andres, they seem to really have an understanding of one another. Callejon and Higuain dates back to their days at Real Madrid. They came here together in the same season along with Raul Albiol, and those two have combined plenty of times to score goals. Almost telepathic at times.
Both still seeing plenty of time under Sarri. Not the same for the Congo Espanyol man, David Lopez. For Saligo. Not quite what he had in mind. Nice touch by Gulan. It should be a corner kick coming up for Sassuolo. I like the optimism from Pepe Reina, signaling as if it were a goal kick. Fourth corner. Match for Sassuolo. About a foot over the crossbar, no danger for Pepe Reina. In their history have had two capocannonieri, two top scorers in Serie A. And it was Diego Maradona back in 1988. Had done just 15 goals, and Edison Cavani in 2013 who scored 29. In fact, he's been the closest to reaching that 30-goal mark.
Not bad company, is it? I think it was also Antonio Di Natale who got 29 goals in that wonderful spell with Udinese. Cavani did it. Several others, I believe, but Higuain on pace to shatter all those records.
Gulan. Senior playing it back. Hamsik. Jorginho. Alfred Duncan stepping in front. He's having a quiet but good game, Alfred Duncan. Sampdoria Loni.
I think it's Koulibaly.
Pellegrini. Near post. Peperina taking a real risk, allowing it to come through, and he made to pay for it. Last touch by Alfred Duncan, out to touch for Napoli, but it was Sansone who was arriving just outside of the 6-yard box.
That was very risky from Peperina. So confident and not even bothering to stick a hand out. Thought that one was just going to whisk by, and tell you what, run from the Sassuolo player a lot closer than I think even Peperina realized. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out. Will it be a straight swap for maybe Kirikesh? Is Sarri not too happy with what he's seen? I remember Sarri saying to the media when Kirikesh was signed from Spurs that I have no clue who he was. I've never even heard of him. So, clearly not a player that Maurizio Sarri went out and asked for personally. I think he was always asking for Daniele Rugani, his favorite from Empoli.
And Juventus unwilling to sell.
Yeah. And Napoli actually offering a lot of money for Rugani, to which Juventus said absolutely no way. He's our future.
There's Politano. But it crossed, might have taken a deflection. Albiol had it covered. He nods it away in the path of Sansone. And will allow time for the substitution. Kalidou Koulibaly prepares to check in. He has been the preferred option alongside Raul Albiol all season.
Yeah, it's going to be Kirikesh. And we have a swap for a center back. I think Sarri not really pleased with what he's seen from Big Vlad, he's been a bit risky on the ball, Andres. No reason to take all those touches.
Maybe more a case of what he might see than what he has seen. Taking a chance with the ball in possession back there could be a giveaway that could cost him 2 points. Currently need 2-1. So one substitution apiece. Then it was Pellegrini who replaced Misiroli due to injury back in the 16th minute. This tactical switch to bring Koulibaly in for Rodriguez.
That's the pair he trusts the most. It's been Koulibaly and Albiol, the preferred center-back tandem.
Well, Floro Flores, we mentioned earlier, coming off the bench to replace Politano.
More attacking move. Politano, a winger. Floro Flores, a more central attacker.
Alan just getting away any chance, any way he can. Sixth appearance off the bench for Floro Flores, who did score in the reverse fixture. One of his 3 goals so far this season. Jorginho, pressure from Duncan.
Enemy presence detected.
Alan gets it back to Koulibaly. Albiol. And you can see how maybe the somewhat delayed passing of Kirikesh doesn't quite mesh with the style of Maurizio Sarri. You can get it away in one touch. Do it.
It really meshes with many coaches' philosophy of how a center-back should be in possession. Especially not when Sassuolo are pressing the way they were in the first half. And now, to be fair.
Any questions as to why Napoli lead the league in passing? Since I say that a misplaced pass intended for Hamšík. Cherby. One takes a tumble on the contact from Peluso. Jorginho. Alan. It's time for Alan to try and arrive at Cherby getting there first. Callejon going to redirect the ball, and it's falling to Koulibaly. Side keeps it in play. Jose Callejon.
Francesco yelling Antonio. He's referring to Floro Flores. I think he wants to substitute it, work a bit harder and pressing Napoli, just like what he's seen from his other strikers, Sansone and Diego Falcinelli, to get into the game rhythm, which has been at a real breakneck speed. I mentioned before in the first half, the Champions League atmosphere, feel of this match, and the way that these two teams are really going at it.
Tight. It's the last to touch it. It is not to touch for Sassuolo. Well, it's been a Serie A season in which we've had several teams emerge as potential title contenders, the likes of Fiorentina, Inter, Roma at one stage. And really, it is looking more and more after completing the first half of the season like Napoli and Juventus, the 2 most legit of contenders. It's still pretty crowded at the top. Of course, we're all eager to see what Roma can do with Spalletti back in the Italian capital. Now here's Callejon. It's a Cherby in for Gonzalo Higuain. Diogo made the sliding tackle. Lumbering forward at Cherby. He's found Falcinelli. Ball in for Pellegrini in a pocket of space. Couldn't quite give it away as Koulibaly and Hamšík.
You're wondering why Cherby rumbling forward, turning on the diesel. Back a few years, last time he used to score a few more goals. Has a cannon of a shot from outside the box. He used to take free kicks as well. So maybe they're going to use him as a striker when the opportunity arises.
It's a hopeful ball in from Lorenzo Insigne.
Plenty of time still, nothing much for Sassuolo to lose. It's a match where they weren't never expected to pick up a point.
Cherby, as you mentioned, scored Career high 3 goals last season. He's on 2 at the moment. Hamsik. Moving off the ball from Jose Callejon. Flores quite navigate the traffic. Neymar taking his time and playing the safe option to Koulibaly. One splitting pass from Koulibaly to Marek Hamsik, who's now in open space, finding Insigne. The overlap from Gulam. Gonzalo making a run into the heart of the area. And offside on Fauzi Gulam.
We haven't talked about nearly enough. This is where they can be so dangerous with Insigne always looking to cut in. He's an inverted left winger, Insigne, in this formation. Does allow the room for Fauzi Gulam to get forward and gives him the space to make those overlapping runs. So oftentimes the defenders with 2 scenarios to follow Gulam or to stick with Insigne out wide always produces a mismatch.
Floro Flores. Sansone, Floro Flores! Wasn't blocked by Koulibaly. Magnanelli gonna boot in to win it back. Dangerous play.
Real warrior of this team, Magnanelli always gets stuck into all these challenges. The player that's gonna sell the most kits, but does exemplify that hard man in the midfield that you need in every single team.
'75th minute. Napoli trailed after just 3. After Albiol gave up a penalty that Falcinelli converted. 16 minutes later, Jose Callejon had found an equalizer. Sandro Higuain scored in the 42nd to put Napoli in front. And is the Belgian winger who's preparing to check in. Let's say Belgian attacking midfielder. He could play any of the 3 attacking midfield positions, whether centrally or wide.
Great goal scorer when he was in the Dutch league, the Eredivisie. Player similar with like Insigne in the sense that loves cutting into his right foot, starting from that wide left position.
It might be Insigne who sacrificed. Koulibaly. Jorginho. Gets it forward to Callejon. Gonzalo Higuain. Lorenzo Insigne. Against Versalico. Insigne! Well, he got it to curl, but he couldn't keep it down. Goal kick.
I think the defender always knew what Insigne was going to do. He can't stop it anyway. Still manages to find that little tiny gap.
That will be his last touch.
Trying to push him to the outside. And to like for like, similar players, Insigne and the Belgian international coming on, Dries Mertens, who has very much played second fiddle to Lorenzo Insigne, but another very crafty player. Quick, jerky movements.
Mertens' start against Frosinone last week, only his 4th Serie A start this season, but he's now making his 16th appearance. Most of it, of course, off the bench. He has managed to get a goal and an assist so far. But when healthy, Callejon, Higuain, and Lorenzo Insigne the clear favorites for Mauricio Sarri. Mertens' first touch given away. And very compact all game long, Sassuolo. Now it's Sansone getting forward. Albiol brings the arm up. On again, Sassuolo.
Pushed off of Sansone's face here is trying to create a little distance. There it is right there. A bit of frustration. Hasn't been Albiol's best performance. He really has grown steadily since joining. He was a bit hit or miss in his first season in Napoli after not playing much with Real Madrid. Now has really grown into a comfortable starter.
Magnanelli. Well to find a teammate in Pellegrini. Draws the foul as well. Free kick for Sassuolo. They found their game winner in the 95th minute against Inter last week. It would be a mistake for Napoli to presume they've already taken all 3 points from this game. Alan. Callejon. Excellent control from the Spaniard. Side. Dancing his way past Alfred Duncan. In for Callejon. Dummies it for Higuain. It's Magnanelli who ends up in possession.
You can see right there that telepathic nature. Callejon just knows that Higuain's going to be right in there, in behind him.
Caution, green, approaching.
Picked up from behind. Alan, the guilty party, as Flores hits the deck. Free kick for Sassuolo.
Plenty of time for Sassuolo when they do get forward, but Napoli have been a lot better defensively, not giving as many spaces. Sassuolo haven't been able to get Nicola Sansone involved like they did in the first half. Get him in and around the box to create a little bit of havoc. All the pressure's on him with Berardi out. It's
an inaccurate cross, we'll call it, from Beluso. In possession with Sassuolo, however. Taken in by Bersalico for Pellegrini. Before Bersalico can cross it in from here. This guy home, heading it away, giving away a corner.
Chadby in a very forward position now. He's almost abandoned all defensive duties. He's joining the attack every single time that Sassuolo managed to get it out wide or into the final third.
Heading into the final 10 minutes at the San Paolo. Sansone is set to deliver. Swinger inside of the 6. Ginelli closest to it. Mertens got it away. Only as far as Sansone. Hamsik. Higuain. Foul Gonzalo Higuain. You won't get it as Acerbi on the ball cleanly in the view of Giacomelli. Lan nipping at the heels of Flores. Allows that contact to continue as well. Jorginho. Ginelli. Putting some pressure on Hosai. Beluso commits the foul. Such a difference watching Alan play for Napoli than for Udinese. Obviously much more proactive approach in Naples. And the biggest difference, of course, is plenty more touches in the opposition half as opposed to being reactive. Mertens looked away to try and open up that sliver of space. The ball did cross the line. Down by Falcinelli. Coming up next for Napoli is a delicious Coppa Italia clash against Inter. Will be Scudetto contenders. In cup competition is Grigante Frel about to check in. After that, they'll continue their Serie A play with a visit to Sampdoria on Sunday.
Assume it's going to be for Falcinelli. Frel, a great player to bring off the bench. A player to start, really.
Mertens getting inside. Mertens intended for Higuain. They're appealing for a penalty. None will be given here. Penalty waves continue. Meanwhile for Sassuolo, just inside of the final 10 minutes to try and avoid their first defeat in 5 Serie A games. At the edge of the box, not even a foul. If Giacomelli. They'll continue Serie A play at home against Torino coming up on Wednesday, making up the match they have in hand. Hamsik measuring up. Magnanelli closing the door. Here's the earlier appeal for the handball. It's a difficult one to get as it pops up onto the arm. No intention, certainly.
It didn't look like the arm was held out intentionally, just natural body movement.
This is An interesting decision. Floro Flores, who had been subbed on for Politano, now makes way for Gregoire Defrel.
Quick muscular injury, it seems.
Frenchman making his 18th Serie A appearance this season. Meanwhile, there's Mertens. He's the 1-2 with Higuain. On his right, Higuain. Marked by Acerbi. Higuain! Just wide once more.
See what he does, Higuain. He's so good at playing that ball when he shoots it. He keeps it low to the ground. So good at angling those shots and making it difficult for the goalkeeper to get down quickly and react as they're hit with plenty of pace, low to the ground.
Hamšík. Gino. Gulam. Floro Flores was subbed on in the 68th minute. Now comes off the 83rd. Smart turn by Mertens, but it was well read. Hamšík. The arm up. There's one more look at that ball that bounces up on Acerbi. It does strike the arm, and it's really up to the interpretation of the referee whether the arm is in an unnatural position.
And we have seen those given. That's the point. Not a clear penalty by any means.
Ultimately, Matteo, the most refreshing thing really is that there is a Scudetto race this season.
Yeah.
It's been brilliant football in Serie A for quite a few years now, but the only thing missing has been that drama at the top, and Napoli helping to provide it. Acerbi playing it back for Consigli.
Everyone thinking Roma would still be up there, trying to test Juventus, but that slow start from the Bianconeri. Now they look unstoppable last 2 months. It's really opened the door for other teams like Inter and Fiorentina, and of course Napoli to get themselves a real good chance of dreaming about the Scudetto. One of these teams that haven't seen it for quite some time.
Of course, as you say, off-color start from Juventus, having as much to do with the drama as the form of the likes of Napoli and Inter. Inside of the final 5 minutes of regulation, Napoli from a goal down after 3 minutes to 1 up after 42. Alcinelli, Aihon, and Higuain on the score sheet. Sone throwing himself forward. It's inside of his side. Cross toward the back post. Alcinelli was there. Lina left it inside of the 18 for Saligo. Cholo may have just come to life here. For Saligo, curled in, near post. Arriving late was Sansone, and he couldn't get a touch on it.
Golden opportunity. They finally get the header near the target. Here's that earlier play from Sansone, wreaking havoc going up against Hisai and Alan, who's been trying to double team Sansone, knowing that he's a danger man. And here, Reina, bit of an awkward clearance, still manages to get it away relatively in the danger zone. And the header coming in from Pellegrini, going for that bottom corner, so close, and you can hear his scream of frustration, just begging for that little tap in at the far post, but no one there in time. Sansone get there quick enough to react that fast, just not at the right position.
Meanwhile, the captain, Marek Hamšík, making way for David Lopez, who mentioned just a moment ago.
It's not really going to change the shape. David Lopez just plays a little deeper usually than Marek Hamšík, still a central midfielder. Hamšík always looking to join the attack, those front three, any chance he can. Lopez, a player that Rafa Benitez wanted, and you played well at Espanyol his final season before joining Napoli.
Elio go in the referee's book. It's the first yellow card that Giacomelli has shown. It's Acerbi, rather. He picks up the yellow. 88th minute, first yellow card of the match. For Acerbi, it's his third of the season.
I don't know if there was anything Intentional, let's see, gets pushed off. Yeah, maybe just reaches out with that leg to catch Higuain. I think he knows exactly what he's doing, Acerbi. Higuain was looking to spring into another dangerous position. Trying to share some friendly banter, Acerbi. Find it too funny.
Lopez was used predominantly as that double pivot. Rafa Benitez is 4-2-3-1. Different role, of course, in the 4-3-3 under Sarri. Inside the final 120 seconds. Regulation. Jorginho to take. Jorginho. Plenty of contact. Manuelli taken down just inside the box. So goes against Napoli, free kick to Sassuolo. San Paolo sings out.
Listen to this crowd. They're only minutes away from remaining at the top of the table, singing in unison.
All the way back to Reina. By Beluso. Duncan takes it off the chest. Sansone. Inside the final 60 seconds. Solo came close to an equalizer moments ago.
Ross, the target has fled outside the mission area.
Was that their last chance? To defender Sansone. Straight away into the opposition half. Acerbi sending it back in.
It's brave football, though, isn't it, from Sassuolo away into San Paolo without some of their best players, and look at what they're doing.
Well, Defrel with a heavy touch, forced to make up and couldn't put it on target.
Constantly pressing the issue.
Requested.
They've looked solid at the back.
Supply drop complete.
Solid, relatively speaking. Conceding 2 goals to Napoli, certainly nothing to be embarrassed about.
3 minutes tacked on as we have reached the 90 of regulation. Still Napoli 2, Sassuolo 1. Cinelli, Callejon, and Higuain, the goal scorers. In that order. Higuain, it's his 10th goal in the last 8 games. Remarkable when you consider that only 2 other players have reached double digits in Serie A this season. Ended with 11, Kalinic with 10. Higuain with 19. Already enjoying his best Serie A season, and it's no coincidence that it's also Napoli's best in years. Maybe 6 to be in fact. Imprecise. Frost tripped up. Bit surprised that Falcinelli's been chosen ahead of Defrel in times of late.
A bit. Defrel offers you a bit more in terms of dynamism, but I understand what Jose Di Francesco's asked of Falcinelli, just to play that hold-up role. They've played off of him. He's drawn a lot of fouls, allowed the team to just go up the pitch and take a set piece.
Martins not quite settled as Duncan took it away. Blasted forward by Manuelli. Sansone giving chase. Reina in no man's land. Pepe Reina, where is he going? And he does win the tackle. As Peluso commits the foul.
Oh my.
Talk about a risk.
Yeah. Oh, he's a very confident goalkeeper, isn't he? And he thought he could get a touch before. Falcinelli maybe showing he should have been a center back at heart. Big Pepe Reina takes out Falcinelli, but that's a great challenge by Pepe Reina.
There's confidence, and then there's that.
Yeah, that is... Well, it's risky when you're 2-1 up, only minutes to go. Few hearts of Neapolitans here in North America, I'm sure, just skipped the beat.
Sit down by Gonzalo Higuain. Diallo gets it away. Alan against Duncan. Taking the risk at Acerbi. Gets it forward, keeps it in play. To the center back, Jorginho. Albiol. Callejon has to put in his shift to get there. Jose Callejon He's kept it in play. Gonzalo Higuain looking for his 20th. Higuain with an insurance goal at the death. It's the 93rd minute, and it's his 20th of the season. The Capocannoniere strikes again. It's Napoli 3, Sassuolo 1.
Mr. One Goal per game, Aurelio De Laurentiis, crack a smile. Give the Neapolitans this pleasure. It's another wonderful combination. Callejon finding his good friend Higuain, and there at the near post, you have to strike it perfectly. It's on his weaker foot, but El Pipita doesn't have a weaker foot. Consigli just barely manages to get a touch onto it, but it's not enough to keep out that stinger from Higuain at the near post. Once again, it's rifled low and hard. 20 goals in as many matches. And it's all smiles for Sarri, and De Laurentiis as Napoli are flying in the Serie A, top of the table, La Capolista.
And it was the last kick of the game. Credit to Jose Callejon, who does wonderful to keep the ball in play. Napoli win 3-1 at home against Sassuolo and open up a 4-point cushion at the top of the table. From Hotel Bonetti, I'm Andres Cordero. Thanks as always for watching this Serie A on BN Sports.
In the main in the first half, with a disciplined defensive performance. I presume, Glenn, that the main message from Pochettino at half-time will have been for Tottenham to try and play a bit quicker.
Yes, definitely. I think the goal is the example of that. They played one touch.
in the main in the first half, with a disciplined defensive performance. I presume, Glenn, that the main message from Pochettino at half-time will have been for Tottenham to try and play a bit quicker.
Yes, definitely. I think the goal is the example of that. They played one touch most of the time, creating that. But yeah, play quicker, see a picture quicker and pass it.
Defoe looking to feed it through here towards Danny Graham, the first defending of the second half for Kieran Trippier.
Great little bit of skill from Van Horn of flipping the ball over Lamella's head, running round and getting the end of it.
Sunderland have managed to stay up in the Premier League with 38 points for the last 2 seasons, with strong finishes to the campaign. To get there this time, they'll need 20 points from the last 17 matches, which is a slight improvement on what we've seen from them so far, but not that significant. And what we are going to see here is the first yellow card of the game, and it goes to Lee Cattermole of Sunderland.
Yes, definitely yellow card. Now he's got to be, it's important for him now not to pick up that second yellow card. The amount of times he's got booked in games and then he's let his team down by getting that needless second yellow. You know, they're doing well, they're defending well, it's 1-1. Do not do a silly, needless foul to get that second yellow and get yourself sent off.
He's been sent off 7 times in Premier League matches. That's his 81st yellow card in the Premier League.
Is that all?
I was almost thinking it takes one to know one. Ball control from Danny Graham. It's Dembele. Again, Sunderland have got those 2 green lines between Tottenham and Pickford's goal. Here's Eriksson, in towards Harry Kane, and it went right the way through, and Adam Johnson felt he couldn't take a chance. He wasn't too sure what was behind him, but that was a really good ball floated in there by Eriksson.
Also great defending from Billy Jones. What's Billy Jones' position at the top of the screen? Just to block off Dele Alli there. Very, very good defending.
Alderweireld's gone forward for this first Tottenham set piece of the second half, which is delivered by Lamela in towards Alderweireld. It was Wes Brown with a header away, and then cleared further forward by Jeremaine Lens, the Dutch international. So Mauricio Pochettino, who'll be acutely aware that draws have been a big problem for his team so far. 9 in the Premier League, only Everton have drawn more matches, and that's really, Robbie, what's stopped them taking even more strides up the Premier League towards those top 2 of Leicester and Arsenal, who sit above them with 43. They have drawn far too many matches so far, Tottenham. And they're being held here today. So Eriksson plays it forward towards Lamela, sloppily done by the Argentine, and likewise by Van Aanholt. It's Eric Dyer. Now Eriksson. Rose, who's not been forward on the left as much as Trippier has on the right.
Yeah, I think Trippier looking to get in behind Graham, isn't he? Yeah, he knows he's going to switch off at times, but both teams playing in the same shape, really. Nothing's changed.
Here's Dele Alli with Wes Brown over there for Sunderland. Now Dyer. Lamela. Again looking to attack through the centre, aren't they, Spurs, which was something that Glenn pointed out in the first half. They're a little bit narrow. And the only real width that's been provided so far has been when Trippier's been able to get forward from right back. Here's Dele Alli. And away by Cattermole. Here's Defoe. Danny Graham's got forward to join in. Lens is in there as well. Here's Mvia. And now Billy Jones. Lens, who's got Danny Rose out there with him. Rose able to get the block on.
That move starts from, you know, good positional play from Cattermole, just in front of that back four, nicks the ball, and then Sunderland can break. But again, Spurs, too many touches. The goals come from, as Glenn said at half-time, one-touch play, quick movement, getting people out of position. But again, start the second half, it's too many touches on the ball.
I just wondered whether Pochettino at half-time would have said to one of the wider players, Ericsson or Lamela, which one? Just you stay wide, stay on the touchline, give yourself width and let one full-back have somebody to play to. At the moment, it's the two full-backs that are given the width all the time.
He's a Trippier, one of those full-backs that Glenn's talking about. Now Lamela, straight into Catamol. Defoe's up there on his own, and he's going to try and run away from Alderweireld, who's one of the surer tacklers in the Barclays Premier League. Very rarely gets a yellow card, Toby Alderweireld. He very rarely mistimes those situations. It's Harry Kane. Billy Jones's tackle went out off the England striker. I mentioned those draws, Robbie. The biggest problem seems to have been is that the change is going to be made here. Jack Rodwell's going to be coming on. The biggest problem in terms of draws for Tottenham have been against sides in the bottom half. 5 of the 9 draws have been against teams that you would expect them to beat, sides in the bottom half of the Premier League table. They need to be a little bit more ruthless in games like this.
Yeah, I think on Fletcher's serve, Joey Barton was talking about how much the league has changed, and the lesser sides are much better because of the financial, how much money there is in the Premier League these days. So there's no easy game now in the Premier League.
Dele Alli. We think Lee Catamol is going to be the player to be replaced by Sam Allardyce. Jack Rodwell is stripped and ready for Sunderland. It was Trippier. Danny Graham was the defender, and Danny Graham has fouled Kieran Trippier. And Mike Dean gave him a little second or two just to think, and then awards it Tottenham's way.
Yeah, he's just wrong-footed him, and I think he's just lent into him, isn't he? He's gone by him, he knew he'd done him. He got goal side of him, but I think it was a foul. Yes, it's a really good position here, and Big Sam's not making that substitution until this free kick has been finished, I think. He doesn't want to upset the pickups.
The usual Tottenham suspects over the ball. Christian Eriksen and Eric Lamela. The Tongan's gone forward for this one. He's inside the 6-yard box. In from Christian Eriksen, well, not in as such, back to Trippier. And that's a wasted set piece really for Spurs. It was Brown's header away. And now look at the space for Adam Johnson, who's got Jermaine Defoe up with him as well. Defoe is onside, and Defoe goes for goal, and he was trying to pick out the near post. And they were almost done on the counter of that attack there, Tottenham, from their own free kick at the other end.
That's quite incredible. They've got a free kick in a dangerous position, and there's 2 Sunderland players ended up goal side, and out of shot there. Lloris was way out of his penalty area, and I think Defoe was onside there. Defoe's just gone for that near post, but I think Sunderland will be disappointed they didn't capitalise on that terrible bit of defending from Tottenham.
Change has been made. Lee Catamol off, Jack Rodwell on. Rodwell has missed a couple of matches with the hamstring problem, came back as a sub against Swansea in midweek. And you can only presume that that's because of the yellow card that Catamol picked up early in the second half.
I think it's a very good decision from Sam Allardyce.
Dyer's ball in towards Harry Kane, just a little bit too much on it. Certainly no sign there was any injury for Catamol at all. He was moving around pretty fine, wasn't he? You can tell by his reaction on the bench, he's not necessarily best pleased by that.
Well, Big Sam will know that in games before, when he's got a yellow card, he does stupid tackles and picks that second yellow. So, you've got to think about the team before the individual. On this occasion, if he, I think it's the correct decision.
Maybe a different character had left him on and said he'll keep his head, but as you say, his history is there for everyone to see.
Kane playing it through towards Lamela. Of course, there's very little room for error for Sunderland the rest of the way. Very competitive down there towards the bottom. 1 or 2 signs that a few of the teams down there might be finding a little bit of form. There's a yellow card shown to Adam Johnson, second Sunderland player to go in Mike Dean's book. There's Lamela. And then Dele Alli! Well, he knew where he wanted to put it, and he couldn't quite get the accuracy on the header.
Yeah, again, it's a very good run from Dele Alli. He's good at that, waiting to see the play develop, and he just glides into the box. He's trying just to head it in that far corner. It's a great little run, but great play from Lamela. So unlucky there, just trying to guide it in that far corner.
Here's Moussa Dembele for Spurs. Now Trippier. Vertonghen. Into Kane, and they're back to Jan Vertonghen.
Well, the finish wasn't good, but it was great play for a centre-half. He's got that vision. I've seen him do this so many times. He comes in as the free player, looks as if he's going to do something else, sticks it into Harry Kane, just on his right foot there, couldn't keep his balance and hit the target. But it's good when you've got that option from centre-half, either of them, or Vertonghen can get involved in the midfield, and Dyer just slips in for him.
So Jan Kirchhoff, the new signing from Bayern Munich, who's going to be coming on. Sam Allardyce has talked about possibly going back to 3 at the back now. He's got the additional central defender. He did try that when he first came, didn't he? And didn't get a great deal of success with the players that he's got, but might be tempted to go back to it now he's got the additional central defender. Interesting to see whether there is a slight tactical switch when he makes the change. In the meantime, they've got this free kick here, Sunderland, with Jermaine Lens over the ball. Yaman Via's taken up an interesting position right on the other side of the penalty area, completely on his own.
And Defoe also, look at Defoe, just down the side of Eriksson.
Goes in towards the run that was being made by Graham. And away by Dele Alli.
I think he might go to 3 centre-halves, Darren. You know, Danny Graham's worked hard on this side. Will he go Van Orno in this position, go with the 3 centre-halves, go to wing-backs?
Here's Villa, and it goes towards Defoe, who just looked to steal a march on Alderweireld, and it was alert goalkeeping there from Hugo Lloris. Now Jones. Johnson. Some space here now for the Sunderland goal scorer Van Aanholt, although the ball into the box only picks out Alderweireld. Johnson, Danny Rose there quickly, and now Dele Alli's going to try and put some pressure on John O'Shea.
Good defend from John O'Shea, good starting position, read the situation well.
Here's the change then. Danny Graham is coming off for Jan Kirchhoff.
Substitution for Sunderland, replacing number 19, Danny Graham, number 27, Jan Kirchhoff.
Former German under-21 international, only 1 appearance for Bayern Munich this season. He's been troubled by an Achilles tendon injury, which has slowed him down a little bit.
3 centre-halves, you know, Jones on the right-hand side.
Here's Harry Kane, and again Pickford equal to everything that Tottenham are throwing at him. He's had a really good debut so far in the Premier League, hasn't he, the young goalkeeper?
Yeah, he has, Darren, yeah, positive play from Kane. Just dipping in front of him, and it's an awkward one, but he's played it safe, just knocked it out for a corner. It's a good save.
Tottenham corner. The 2 centre-backs are in there. And the additional central defender now on for Sunderland. That's away by John O'Shea as far as Danny Rose, who looked to pick his spot, and again, Pickford in the right place. Dembele. Still Dembele managed to squeeze it through, and Tottenham are ahead. Nothing that Pickford can do about that one.
This was a good save from Pickford, pushed it out into an area, and it went to the Bellery, and what Dembele's done, he wants to get on his favoured left foot. As you can see, when the initial corner comes in, you know, Pickford there, it's a good strong fist out, but I think it's Wes Brown who comes and try and block the shot. He comes on his favoured left foot and drives it into that bottom corner. The young goalkeeper's got no chance. The question is, can he push that first shot to the side? That's the last question. It's a decent save, but there, no chance. Decent finish from Dembele.
I also think Billy Jones should have shoved him outside, you know, on his right side. You know, Dembele wants to come inside. Jones just has to shine outside, make him cross it. But it's a great finish from Dembele, and Spurs now on the front foot.
Moussa Dembele's 4th goal of the season. It's his best scoring season as a Tottenham player. And you expect him to do more of this, don't you, when you see the ability he's got around the penalty area?
Well, without a doubt, he's got such talent, goes by people so easily, but as soon as he's come inside, the goalkeeper's got to make a central position. He's just caught him out on the near post.
There's Harry Kane on the move. If Tottenham win the match, they will close the gap to the leaders Arsenal and Leicester to 4 points before they play this weekend.
You know, the goal comes just after Sam Allardyce went to 3 centre-halves. You know, it was from a throw-in on that far side.
Here's Kane. Spurs will know, though, the nature of this match, that they'd like a little bit more of a cushion than just this one goal. Here's Eriksen. Dembele to Dyer. Now Trippier. The first time really today, Glenn, we're hearing the crowd inside White Hart Lane. They've been as pensive and as tense as apparently Tottenham players were.
Well, they have, yes, and that's the performance that Spurs were putting in the first half. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't a performance that would get you off your seat. But this half now, we've seen how they've got themselves ahead, and now they're looking to get behind the team. But sometimes it's the crowd can lift the team.
Arnold away in a fashion, only as far as Dele Alli. There's lots of space out wide for Danny Rose, but they went central again. I'm not really sure why Dele Alli didn't play it out there. He had a long look at Danny Rose and then decided not to do it.
Yeah, it was a great run from Danny Rose. Dele Alli's got to get his head up. See, you know, he's got great vision there. He's got to put Rose in there on that left-hand side.
There's the Frenchman Yann M'Vila. Oh, Rodwell. Forward to Lens. Scott's Vertonghen behind him, and Vertonghen fouling it.
Well, tactically now, Sunderland have gone to the 3 at the back and put wing-backs in. This is a time now for Spurs to really get their wide players wide. Eriksen for me and Lamela now, put them wide, make them defend in a 5, and then Spurs full-backs are free all day long.
Played by Vertonghen. It just switched off a little bit there, Tottenham, from the free kick. They've got it back now, though, with Dele Alli. Nearly done by Harry Kane. It's Trippier. Now Lamela. Ali. Trippier. Eric Dyer. Then away by the substitute, Kirkhoff, to Adam Johnson. To Jermaine Defoe, who will need to wait for green shirts to arrive to support him. And Villa towards Lens, who outjumps Danny Rose but can't find a teammate. So coming up on BT Sport next Saturday, Fletch and Sav is live from Carrow Road, BT Sport 1 at 10 o'clock in the morning, debating all the big football stories, as we always do, and that builds up to Norwich City against Liverpool in the Barclays Premier League. Jake and the team from 12 o'clock, BT Sport 1 Ultra HD, and the kick-off, as always, 12:45. Spurs lead 2-1 here. They've been made to work hard for it against Sunderland. That was tackled by Eriksen. Here's Kane. Trippier. Dembele. Dele Alli to Eriksen. Now to Eric Lamela. Spurs have worked the space, so the flag's gone up. Just about to say there, Glenn, they've been patient and worked the space quite nicely, but Lamela had just started a little bit quickly.
Yeah, it was tight. He just veered offside, did he? Well, actually, I've got to say he's onside there as the ball's being played. But it's
John
much-
O'Shea playing him on, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I think so, yeah, and I think a lot crisper. They've gone 2-1 up, a lot crisper. The passing much quicker. And as I say, the fullbacks are going to be spare now for Tottenham.
It's Lamela. Eriksson have made the run if you look the other way. Instead it goes back to Dembele. Now Kane. Not handball, according to Mike Dean. Here's Eriksson. And now Danny Rose. He's forced a little bit wide by the Eriksson pass. And it goes though towards Dele Alli, away by John O'Shea, and then cleared further away by Mvia. Defoe now looking for the run here of Jeremy Lenz, and Jan Vertonghen, Mr. Dependable back there for Spurs.
I think he's done that well second half, Jermaine Defoe. He's held the ball up well, he's been a better outlet. You know, he has bodies up to support him. You know, 1-1, that chance for Defoe.
Eriksson's going to try one, and he took a deflection and beats Pickford. Well, the spin that was generated by the deflection made it so hard for the young goalkeeper, and there's daylight at last for Tottenham.
No chance for young Pickford there. So cruel, but you've got to say, Eriksson, there's no pressure, and so nobody wants to get out and shut the ball down. I've got to say, Kirkhoff there, it's a pathetic effort to block the ball. He's come onto the pitch, he's a new signing. What is he doing there, just sticking a leg out? You're in a relegation fight. That's unacceptable from a new signing at a football club. Yes, okay, Eriksson's finding himself in a good area, but come on, block the shot a bit better than that, Glenn.
It's absolutely lazy defending. That's what that is, Rob. He's got to put his body there. He's got to get the most of his body there if he can. He's just stuck a leg out. Dreadful defending. When Sam sees that after the game, he'll be so disappointed with that. But it's good fortune for Tottenham.
Well, he'll get the credit, Eriksson, for the goal in the first half, and that one that he's just scored gives him 6 on the season. And he maintains his record of having scored in every game that he's played against Sunderland as a Tottenham player, which is remarkable, really.
You've got to say, since the substitutions, the game's changed. Big Sam's substitutions today took Catamol off, and I would have agreed with that one. He's got the 3 centre-halves. Since those changes, it was 1-1 at the time, they're now losing 3-1, so...
Oh, he said first half out that where Eriksson picked the ball up there for that goal, that was so tight in there, he wouldn't have had that space first half. Had the 5 across the midfield, didn't they?
And it goes towards Kane, and Pickford this time able to get his hands around it. Sam Allardyce, the body language tells the story. 450th Premier League game as a manager on Wednesday. Only Sir Alex Ferguson, Arsene Wenger, Harry Redknapp and David Moyes have been in charge of more of them, but the tactical switch that he's made, the change that he's made, has seen his side fall behind.
On Fletcher and Sav this morning, Mickey Gray was saying that, you know, like people like Mvia who make the tackle, the Sunderland crowd love players like that, but Kirkhoff there, you know, in a relegation battle, got to do better.
He's firmer there on Harry Kane, the German defender. Here he is again. Certainly seem to need to see more of an attacking threat now posed by Sunderland with the 2 goals to find. There's Mvia, got Lamela in with him. Rodwell to Adam Johnson, the 2 former Manchester City teammates combining. Here's Van Aardholt. And there's nobody to cross it to, really. And Vertonghen was able to deal with it. And it then goes from Jan Mvia. It's a good ball as well towards Jeremy Lenz, who made that far post run. But that was the problem, Glenn. When Van Aanholt put the cross in, there was nobody there in green.
There was nobody's getting in there, was there? But it was a terrific ball. They found themselves in behind Spurs, but no green shirt in the penalty area. Vertonghen a little bit sloppy there, giving them another opportunity.
Got to say, was it handball from Trippier in the right back position? You know, as Van Aanholt's whacked the ball across, I think that Trippier's got his hand up there. I'll have to see the replay, Darren, but possibly a handball.
There were one or two appeals from the Sunderland supporters as well. And we'll have another look at that in a moment.
It wouldn't have been from another Sunderland player because there was no one in the box.
No. Vertonghen moving away from Billy Jones and leading the charge here for Spurs. Now Harry Kane. Kane goes for it himself and Pickford pulls off another save. He's so confident though, isn't he, Harry Kane, at the moment?
Yeah, you know, it's a great strike, but again, Pickford, another good save. He's going to be on the losing side. He's pulled off lots of good saves, just moves the ball. Kane on his right foot, across the goalkeeper. Decent save.
Let's have a look at this cross then. Where did it strike Kieran Trippier?
I think it's hit him on the chest, so I think the referee's got that spot on.
Yep. And Howard Webb's had a look at that. He says chest. Also. It's one of those where it depends what angle you see it from that you would make your mind up. The replay is conclusive though. The decision that was given by Mike Dean was the right one. It's noticeable though, Glenn, isn't it? All of a sudden we've had a bit of a surge in young English goalkeepers coming through. Jack Buckland's had a great season at Stoke City. Joe Hart we know all about. One or two others just on the periphery.
Yeah,
younger goalkeepers at other clubs, not just in the Premier League, just starting to come to the fore.
Yeah, and it's good to see, and we had that, didn't we, many years ago, back in the 70s and 80s. We had the pick of the world, really, with all the goalkeepers, Shilton and Clements, and well, there's so many, wasn't there? But this kid's done well in the under-21s as well. He's already played at international football at that level.
Here's another bright youngster who's going to be coming on for Spurs. Josh Onomah, who's come through the academy here and is becoming more and more seen around the first team. Eric Lamela is the player to go off. An exciting talent coming on here.
Yeah, you know, I think Lamela's done okay today, but the big question I'd like to ask Sam Allardyce after the game is, it's 1-1. You know, you're quite comfortable in the game. They're not creating chance after chance, and then you decide to go to a back five. You know, 3 centre-halves. I don't understand it. I don't know what Sam must have seen in the game to think I need to change it. You know, change the shape of the team, but I don't know why.
Honest, it never got a chance to see whether it could have worked, because they scored straight away from the throw-in. It was nothing to do with playing 5 at the back or 3 at the back. It never had a chance to live, you know. With the goal that went 2-1 down, and then they're suddenly having to play differently now.
When you're a manager in the games like that, poised as it was, and you decide to make that tactical change, what's in your mind? What are you trying to formulate in your mind? What are you hoping happens when you make the change?
Well, I don't know whether he gave any instructions to Kirchhoff, but it didn't look like it. He's gone in there, he's a new lad, and it's just like, we're playing 3 at the back. You've got to get instructions. Do you want to put 2 up front? Is that why he did it? And you want wing-backs to force Tottenham's full-backs back? There's numerous reasons why, but for me, it never got that opportunity. They went 2-1 down instantly, so you'll never know whether that was something that was going to work or not. But it has given the full-back space for Tottenham. They're both free. If you don't, when you play wing-backs and they get pushed back, left back and right back now for Tottenham are spare, so you've got a spare player to play to.
Tottenham have got one of their young stars on the pitch, Josh Onomah. We're going to see a bright spark this season for Sunderland coming on shortly. Duncan Watmore. They've got 2 goals to find in what remains of this match, just over 15 minutes. The phone challenge there by Danny Rose. And Hugo Lloris, who's not really made a save in the game so far. Just that goal that Van Aanholt scored in the first half, but apart from that, he's had hardly anything, if anything, to do. Two shots on target so far for the visitors. talked a little bit about the form that Tottenham are in. They have had a bit of a dip, haven't they, recently? But the form's comparable still to Manchester City and Leicester. Not quite as good as Arsenal's, but the top teams at the moment tend to be winning 3 in 6, with a couple of draws and a defeat thrown in. A little bit more consistency for either of them, and they'll be right there at the finish. Jermaine Len's work is done today, and Duncan Watmore is on, Robbie. Signing from Altrincham a couple of years ago, he's only 21. 3 goals so far this season, and they think a lot of him at Sunderland.
Yeah, I've seen him come on a few times, and he worked exceptionally hard. You know, he's got decent pace. You know, he's a good finisher.
They need an impact from him here. Here's Onomah. Future's bright here at Tottenham, though, isn't it, Glenn? When you look at the young players that he's got on the pitch at the moment, Harry Kane and Dele Alli and Onomah and people like that, a lot of very good young players here at Spurs who they can build around in the future.
Very much so, yeah. I think the academy's working here at this club. It isn't working at every single club in the Premier League, but certainly is at Tottenham.
There's Danny Rose, a product of that academy.
Again, you can see the players, the Sunderland players, they've got their arms in the air. Another change of shape. You know, what shape is Sunderland playing now? You know, the 2 up front, Watmore and Defoe having a chat. You know, Johnson looks like he's gone behind those 2. Communication between the players looks like, what shape we're playing now? I think that's the 3rd change of shape in this game.
Slight problem here between Patrick Van Aanholt and Dele Alli.
Yeah, obviously, you know, there's not much in that, so just having a quick word with him, that's about right.
Says one of the Premier League's great wind-up merchants on BT Sport. Nothing wrong with that, he says. There's O'Shea. Dembele to Danny Rose. Kane gives it back to the fullback, who's onside. And he was caught, and Mike Dean says penalty. And this Premier League debut for Jan Kirchhoff is not going according to plan.
Change of shape. Nobody knows what they're doing, it looks like. They're all out of position. You know, the fullback, Danny Rose, gets himself into a good area, and it's a penalty. Kirchhoff's caught him on the heel. Just watch this there, on the heel. Definite penalty. Chance for Harry Kane to get another goal.
Mike Dean, who gave a couple of penalties, didn't he, in midweek at Newcastle. This one was a lot more straightforward. Harry Kane, Tottenham's leading scorer, against Jordan Pickford. Kane scores 15 this season, 51 for Tottenham, and Spurs lead by 4 goals to 1.
Yeah, that's the way to take a penalty, isn't it? Low, right into the corner, no chance any goalkeeper in the world, with pace as well, to save that. But there's Kirchhoff. Not the best of debuts he's had here for Sunderland, but I'm with Robbie here. They don't understand the back 5 that they're playing with, and we said about the fullbacks getting free, and you see there Rose, great penalty, isn't it? Look at that, bottom corner with power. But Rose was free in the build-up, and then he goes in behind and gets brought down. Here it is here, it's a definite foul. He's waiting, it's got to be unlovely, and he's just caught him, and it's a rash tackle.
You've got to say, for Kirchhoff, it's a terrible introduction to Sunderland. We've seen centre-halves in the past have terrible debuts. I remember Jonathan Woodgate at Real Madrid getting sent off on his debut, and I think scoring an own goal. But Kirchhoff here today has been poor.
There's Rodwell. And Villa. The Tottenham change was made during the celebration. Tom Carroll on for Moussa Dembele, so another one of the Tottenham youngsters on as the flag goes up against Jack Rodwell.
Yeah, it's Rodwell playing out on this left-hand side. You know, just held his run, and you've got to say he's offside, correct decision. Missed the target anyway.
Caution, rain approaching.
So coming up in the FA Cup in midweek, we have a couple of replays for you. The first one is on Tuesday, 7:30 start on BT Sport 2. Championship side Bristol City, who were so close to knocking out West Brom first time around, have the replay at Ashton Gate. And then an additional bonus replay after the two sides shared the 2-2 draw in the West Country. It's Exeter at Anfield against Liverpool, same channel, BT Sport 2.
Yeah, Kirkhoff. I don't think he'll be looking back on this game with too much pleasure. We're just going to see if it's handball. No, it's come off his chest. No, but look, players running into each other. Communication. What shape are we playing? They're all over the place since Sam's made the changes.
Here goes the corner in towards Kane and Alderweireld. It was Kirkhoff with a header away. Seems to have been in the middle of everything since coming on. Here's Eriksson to run at Mvia. And Mvia's challenge brings the corner to Spurs. It's exactly what Sam Allardyce didn't want to see here in North London today after the back-to-back wins in the Premier League. But from a Tottenham standpoint, this little wobble seemingly over the kind of victory, Glenn, that they would have been hoping for coming into it.
Yeah, they needed the win today to keep in the hunt for the top four, and anything else they might be going for to win it, but they needed this win big time.
From Eriksson, which was travelling towards Onomah, and Alderweireld was in there too.
They've been better second half. First half I thought they were really poor, but second half they've improved and put a lot of pressure on Sunderland. Here you just see the ball swung in and couldn't really get round it to knock it back down, but Pochettino will be delighted with the 3 points. Not particularly the way they've played. Second half, as I say, they've been better, but room for improvement. But the most important thing today was the 3 points.
Tally from Onomah, and now Harry Kane, and Tottenham are threatening again here. And Kirkhoff able to get there every time they go forward now, Spurs, though they look really dangerous.
First thing he's done right there, good position from Kirkhoff, that near post.
Kane to Eriksson, who's on a hat-trick. The teenager Onomah, and now Tom Carroll. Dele Alli. Rodwell had to make sure he carried on running there, and he defended the situation well there, Jack Rodwell. Although the clearance only finds Eriksson. Now Carroll. In towards Kane. And Kirkhoff was behind him. There's Van Aanholt, who's tried to get forward from left-back as often as he can today. Towards Watmore, and Alderweireld was there quickly for Spurs. It does make you wonder though, Glenn, when they got that breakaway, Sunderland, had they made more of that when it was 1-1, we might well have had a different scenario here, but they wasted the opportunity, and Tottenham have been able to put their foot on the accelerator late on.
Yeah, very true, and that's why I think they came here to White Hart Lane, to do that, to defend, and hope for 2 or 3 little occasions where they might have broke on Tottenham, and that was a great example of them breaking. They got 2 players goal side, if you remember. Should have took advantage there.
You know, I'd like to ask Adam Johnson, when the ball bounced, could he have headed it into his path? It just seemed to stand back and wait for it to drop so he could take a touch and then play it forward. If he was a bit more positive, could he have headed it? Because he's got great pace. I think it was Danny Rose tracking him back. Big moment in the game, that.
They're all big games, I suppose, from a Sunderland standpoint the rest of the way, but they've got some real tests ahead. They've got a relegation 6-pointer at home to Bournemouth next Saturday, and then they've got games against Manchester City, Liverpool, Manchester United and West Ham. Here's Eriksson, and now Carroll. Eric Dyer. Spurs, of course, still in with a chance on 3 trophies. They've got the FA Cup replay at Leicester on Wednesday, London Derby at Crystal Palace on Saturday, and they've got this 2-leg Europa League last 32 tie coming up against Fiorentina as well. 2 opportunities for Tottenham still to get into the Champions League next season. Forward by Rodwell. Here's Watmore. He waited for it to come down and then run away from Alderweireld. Now Johnson. Watmore. Danny Rose, who had a loan spell at Sunderland a few seasons back, able to make the Tottenham tackle. It's good skill by Danny Rose. Kieran Trippier. Tottenham looking for a fifth, and it goes towards Kane, and it was Kirchhoff. We seem to have mentioned Kirchhoff's name more than anybody else on the pitch since he came off the bench, whether it be good or bad, Robbie.
Yeah. Have you got sympathy with him? He's come on, and it's a new league, it's his debut. You know, let's be honest, he's had a shocking start to life in the Premier League. He can only get better, Darren, after this performance, that's for sure.
When you put a sub on, you say to him, go and affect the game, but you want it in a positive way, and he hasn't done that today, the poor lad. But I'm sure he'll get better and improve. He'll
can't
need
get
some
it worse.
time. He'll need some time, Rob, like any player, to settle in, and it's a difficult one for him because things haven't gone for him today.
Tottenham moving towards their first win since they beat Norwich here on Boxing Day, and they're going to make another change. And Harry Kane, who notched his 15th goal of the season with the Tottenham penalty, is going off. And Heung-min Son is coming on for the last 3 minutes or so.
Replacing number 10, Harry Kane, and the 7th, Heung-min Son.
Another goal for Harry Kane today. You know, held the ball well, not many chances, had a good strike across the goalkeeper with another good save from Pickford early on, but you know, another goal to add to his tally.
Wes Brown. Well done by Trippier. Now Son. He's slowed up there by Yann M'Vila. Tottenham moving to within 4 points of the joint leaders of the Barclays Premier League, Arsenal and Leicester. Spurs will play Leicester for the third time in a ridiculously short period of time in midweek in the FA Cup. Here's Dele Alli. Feed it through towards Son and Wes Brown, the 36-year-old back there for Sunderland with the challenge.
I think he's done well, the goalkeeper, today. Again, it was another, you know, he can smash a ball long. He's made some very, very good saves. He's conceded 4 goals, so, you know, I think he's been one of the best players on the pitch, the youngster, but...
Johnson. Van Aanholt.
Get that, son! Get that!
There's O'Shea. And up towards Watmore and Alderweireld across. Who's your man of the match, Robbie, today?
Well, I would like to have given it to young Pickford, but he's conceded 4 goals. He's made some very good saves, but with his 2 goals today, you've got to give it Christian Eriksen. He got the equaliser, you know, so I'm going to give it Christian Eriksen.
2 goals today for Christian Eriksen, the Barclays man of the match as well. And an honorary mention for young Jordan Pickford in the Sunderland goal. Here's Billy Jones, who can hit one, and that took a deflection off Jan Vertonghen. It's going to be a corner.
Yeah, good defending from Rose. Billy Jones finds himself in a lot of space here, and look at Rose, he's really gone there, determination. Show that to Kirchhoff after the game. That's how you try and block the ball.
3 added minutes. Kirchhoff's gone into the box from centre half. It's played back instead to Van Aanholt, and now Adam Johnson. Adam Johnson carries on running. It was Tom Carroll who made the challenge. And now they're stretched here, Sunderland, as Tottenham come forward in Onoma. And Dele Alli's carried on making the run. Van Aanholt's got plenty of pace and used his shoulder to move the young England midfielder aside and make a good defensive challenge there for Sunderland. He's very, very quick, isn't he, Patrick Van Aanholt?
It's a great recovery run from Van Aanholt there. It was 3 against 1. You know, he's made the right decision, great strength. You know, knocked Dele Alli off the ball. Great defending there. Bit too late though, let's be honest, conceding 4.
There's Carroll. And then out by Onoma to Trippier. Now Son, Christian Eriksen. Eriksen's going to try another one. Strikes a great ball, Glenn, doesn't he, Christian Eriksen?
Well, he does, yeah, particularly off his right foot there. That was his left, but I think he just had it in his mind last time. You know, I tried it, I got a deflection. It might be my day for the hat-trick, but just couldn't hit the target there. But Spurs not at their very, very best, but it's a good sign if you win 4-1 and you're not playing at your best.
But I think it's one of those, isn't it, today, that they needed to have when you think about the recent results and what they're trying to achieve this season.
Without a doubt, you know, to lose to Leicester and to Newcastle here at home, that's 6 points they've lost, but they had to win today and they've done it, so they're back on track.
So back to the drawing board for Sam Allardyce, and you wonder how much work he'll do on this 3 centre-back system in the week.
Well, he needs to do a lot on it.
Yeah. There's Eriksen. He's got Carroll with him and Son, and then the run made by Dele Alli, which opens up a bit of space here for Onoma. Deflection on the cross, which enabled Kirkhoff to clear it. Well, Trippier. Sunderland's defenders looking wary. It's towards Onoma. What more can stab it away to Jermaine Defoe. Alderweireld, who's been rock solid again alongside Jan Vertonghen.
Both centre-halves have been excellent for Tottenham today, from the start to now. They've been absolutely superb. Everything they've had to do on the ball and defensively they've done with such assurance.
So Mike Dean blows the full-time whistle, and an embrace between Sam Allardyce and Mauricio Pochettino as Tottenham close to within 4 points of the leaders in the Barclays Premier League Arsenal. 2 today for Christian Eriksen, a day where Tottenham were made to work hard for it early on by Sunderland, who led through Patrick Van Aanholt, and have young Jordan Pickford to thank as well for the score not being even bigger against them here at White Hart Lane today. Harry Kane with his 15th goal of the season from the penalty spot, and Tottenham Hotspur back on track in the Barclays Premier League. Full time at White Hart Lane, Tottenham 4, Sunderland 1.
Thank you, boys. Goals change games, the saying goes. Well, so do substitutions. A day to forget for Sunderland's new defensive recruit. But Spurs needed that, Harry, their first win of 2016.
Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult first half for them. Sunderland came, got bodies behind the ball, frustrated Tottenham, but in the end, they found a way, and that's what you have to do, you know, difficult days like today for them. Four goals at home, fantastic result again.
The general feeling, Owen, is that perhaps the title is beyond Spurs, but the longer the season goes on, the more you think top 4 is where they're going to be.
I think they'd be very happy with the top 4 finish. I mean, if they're in the mixer towards the end of the season and they could maybe win the league, then I think they'll obviously give it a go. But to finish 3rd or 4th would be an incredible achievement for this young team that's improving every month.
And Michael, a tough watch for a man who's played over 400 games for Sunderland, and it's not just not getting 3 points today, it's how they recover quickly from such a battering in that second.
Well, they've got to do that quickly. Bournemouth next up, and that's the games that they've got to win. The teams around them, because their February fixtures are very, very hard, so yeah, they've got to dust themselves down after this performance and forget about it very quick.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Well, let's show you then how this affects the top of the table, and Spurs consolidate their top 4 position. There you go, sitting in 4th, now 4 points ahead of West Ham and just a point behind Manchester City now. And if we turn our attention to the bottom, you can see that Sunderland dropped back below Newcastle. because of goals conceded. There you go. Minus 18 is Sunderland's goal difference. They're now 19th ahead of the rest of the teams playing this weekend. Right, just to let you know about the FA Cup action coming your way this week, we've got two for you back-to-back. We've got Bristol City against West Bromwich Albion Tuesday from 7:30. And Exeter did so well against Liverpool, didn't they, in their third-round game, that we're going to bring you the replay as a bonus match. This time they visit Anfield Wednesday from 7:30. Well, plenty of goals this week from the Premier League, and we've got more action for you next weekend from Saturday at 10 o'clock in the morning. Fletcher and South get us going, and then it's Norwich against Liverpool. This is a good result for the teams like Norwich down the bottom. Liverpool, though, now 8 points off the top four after this win for Spurs. See that one next Saturday from midday. Right, stay exactly where you are as the fans filter out. Having seen the first win of the new year for Spurs, we'll get all the reaction from both dressing rooms next.
Into the back, focused on the good stuff. Great Ben Kantarowski. There's the foul. The foul was on Trifunovic. But, Jared Gillette, he went early with the whistle last week. Beautiful from Kantarowski. Well met by Nigel Bugard, the skipper, launching himself. It's gone in at that point, he makes no doubt.
Infringement on Milos Trifunovic. And he's going to take the kick to end the drought for the Jets. And he does! 565 minutes of pain is over for Newcastle. Milos Trifunovic from the spot. Jets 1-0.
Well, a lot of relief around Hunter Stadium. And can I suggest that perhaps Jared Gillette shares that relief? Well taken penalty. Moss gets a hand to it, so fairness and credit to the keeper, but it's got too much power and too much height. It's very well taken by Milos Trifunovic. No one expected much out of this game, Simon, but I got a sneaky feeling.
Well, you talked in the pre-game show about getting the monkey off the back of the Newcastle Jets in the early stages of the game as Birighitti comes out to sweep, and they've done just that. A huge burden lifted off Newcastle's shoulders, and the fans almost didn't know how to celebrate.
No, exactly right. They'd forgotten what it was like. But interestingly, from the fans' viewpoint, the team before kickoff got an enormous round of applause from the crowd that's here.
Kitto, confidence flooding through the Newcastle team after that successful penalty conversion by Milos Trifunovic. Here they go looking for a second. Hoffman's ball in, and it was two Jets players, or Phoenix players, I should say, challenging with each other for the ball, but they've got it clear, Wellington. Punch forward by Bogarts. Carney quickest to react. Gets a corner, tails are up, the Jets.
Well, credit the tactical shuffle by Scott Miller to play Carney next to Trifunovic, who's looking lively, playing off the line, getting in behind the defenders, causing Wellington more than a fair share of problems. Only 8.5 minutes in.
Come on, Newcastle, the cry around Hunter Stadium. Not heard that for a while. Carney's outswinger. Trifunovic got a little piece of it. Hooked back over the head by Daniel Mullen and gathered by Moss.
Not a great option, that, by Dan Mullen. Might have been able to build a bit more pressure. Been plenty of it from the Jets in these early stages. Wellington have had their one very good side on goal, care of the effort of Rolly Bonavazia. Otherwise, it's been all Newcastle so far.
Justin Gully. Lachlan Jackson attempting to make up the ground. Spread the play towards the left. Initially Danaskos, now Rodriguez. Laid off by Bonavazia. McGlinchey. Good approach play here by Wellington. It's Blake Powell inside the box. Eventually steadied down for the Jets by Daniel Mullen. Trifunovic draws the foul. Pressure relieved for Scott Miller's team. Well, it doesn't particularly look like it if you look at the coach's face. Pretty rudimentary Route 1 ball forward, but Livadic was worrying Gully. In the end, illegally so. Stony-faced Ernie Merrick. Funny, he normally is, whatever the scoreline.
You could have just won Lotto and you'd get the same expression.
Kitto closed down quickly by Leah. Squirts away towards Jason Hoffman. Again, they punch it over the top, looking to catch Andy Durante unawares. Again, there's an infringement. Just a little too eager, Ryan Kitto.
Well, it's a cheap giveaway. I mean, a pat on the back for the effort to get there in the first place, and then just drop the anchors. Be a bit smart about it. Put Durante under some pressure.
The adrenaline's pumping, Andy. They've scored a goal. Now they've got to be mindful not to concede one. That should be a free kick for Newcastle. Talking about needless free kicks. Pretty blatant from Blake Powell. So you've got your wish, Andy. Newcastle have avoided setting that new mark, held and continuing to be held by the New Zealand Knights.
Well, yeah, maybe Richie Bayliss put it better than I, and that is we don't want any current A-League clubs, whether it's Newcastle or anyone, to break a record of a club that's no longer around, unless, of course, it's a high benchmark.
It's not an Australia-New Zealand thing, is it?
Absolutely not.
Talking of international fixtures, which technically this one is today, I suppose. 12 months ago to the day, Andy, Oman and Kuwait played here in the Asian Cup. Doesn't that seem a long time ago?
That was a great tournament.
Wasn't it?
And fabulous outcome for Australia.
Measured pass forward by Durante, likewise by Rodriguez. Laid off wide, but a little too far in front of Justin Gully.
I just think for a four-man midfield that's playing compact, those passes that are breaking the Newcastle lines are being executed too easily by Wellington. They've got some very clever players.
Danaskos sending Powell a little wider than he would have liked. Rodriguez. Neat footwork by the Spaniard. Leah Top of the shoulder by Rodriguez, trying to get clear of Ben Kantarovski. Danaskos. And back with Leah. Inviting Dylan Fox forward. Youngster formerly with the Bonnie Rig White Eagles. Enjoying just his second game in the Hyundai A League.
Well, that's a very good coordinated piece of defending by Newcastle to force the Phoenix back, and the last man to contribute was, one's pleased to report, Milos Trifunovic.
Clever work by Bonavacia. Squared up by McGlinchey. Alex Rodriguez, another cute pass in towards Bonavacia. Newcastle defend it well. There are appeals for hands by Trifunovic in particular. Jarek Gillett's happy to let it run. Broken down by Polyak. All very tight in there, and then a real lunge by Ryan Kitto. Again, looks just a little bit off the pace in the early stages. That will be a free kick for Wellington, though, on Bonavacia, the most foul player in the competition.
We had, I think, probably the A-League's best example last night. One-on-one defending from Sydney FC. Their structure and their togetherness and the tactical preparation was one thing. But each of those individuals, in these situations last night, how many times did you see Matt Yerman leaving the line, anticipating to win the ball? Jacques Fati holding his ground, winning the ball. Ryan Grant covering to win the ball. Already, you're seeing how difficult Newcastle are to match that benchmark for the league, as Sydney FC set it last night. And they just cannot stop the flow of possession. Dangerous possession in the centre of midfield.
Talking of which, a dangerous position here for the free kick. Michael McGlinchey measuring up the opportunity. Wall of four for the Jets with Leibniz just off them. It's McGlinchey. And Birighitti, I think, collided with the post on his way through there, which maybe threw him slightly off balance and forced him to carry the ball behind.
I think Birighitti initially read this one as going wide and then took it easy and then thought, well, I better have a go at catching it.
Corner delivered. Albert Riera to clip it in the second time. Fended off by Polyak. Jets looking to launch the counter. Kitto on the ball. Knicks trying to keep them penned back in their own half, but Leibniz has out-muscled Troy Danaskos. Slips it inside for Carney. Carney's going to have a go. Glenn Moss had it covered. Glenn Moss had it covered.
Well, from distance, he had support to his left. Mateo Polyak had broken, but all things considered, you can't blame David Carney, who's as likely as anyone from this sort of range, if he really connects, to score.
Scored the first goal of the season for the Newcastle Jets against Wellington, that 2-1 win back in round one. And that remained up until today the Jets' only first half goal of the season, until Milos Trifunovic netted that penalty. Instruction from Scott Miller, loud and clear, got to be first to the ball. There's Trifunovic, whose penalty goal separates the teams. Leibniz, Hoffman, and Dylan Fox. Recycled by Kantarovski. Hoffman wants an option. He's pointed to his teammates as to where he wants them to stand. Eventually picks out Jackson. Back with Bogart. Mullen. Sidestepping Powell. Polyak has to shift it quickly. That's where it breaks down for Newcastle. Uncharacteristically, Nigel Bogart with a stray pass. And turned over by the Phoenix in quick succession. Play just all too congested for both teams in the middle of the park.
Yeah, just needed a little bit of a cooler head there from Ben Kantarovski. Having said that, you have to applaud, I guess, the urgency with which Newcastle are playing.
Well, I remember us being here a couple of weeks ago, Andy, and you talked about the lack of intensity in the Newcastle Jets play. I'm not sure you can accuse them of that today.
Well, exactly the point. Good pickup. And I have, not the only one, of course, I'm concerned about the lack of individual drive.
Got to hold Blake Powell at bay here. Gets around the defender and whips a dangerous ball in across the face of the 6-yard box. Nobody on hands for the Knicks.
Great work from Blake Powell. Not a lot of people who've safely negotiated Jason Hoffman in these sorts of situations this season, but he did it brilliantly. Gee, that was worthy of a goal. Just a yard behind the play. Bonavacia.
Glitchy under heavy pressure from Kantarowski.
Good steal from Kantarowski. Look at the intent to play the ball forward. That first opportunity from Newcastle. Very well rounded up. Vince Leah there to set Wellington back.
Now Trifunovic offside. Not for the first time this season. Leads the league in that stat.
Look at Trifunovic's starting position. Now, he's not having to rush back to get onside and then play. He's just dawdling. And I really think it's those moments of focus or lack thereof that not just hurt Newcastle in that situation, but are hurting teams at different points in the season.
Rodriguez bowled over by Kantarowski. It's been a good, positive opening 20 minutes for the Newcastle Jets.
Wellington, for their part, Simon, knocking the ball around really nicely. And yeah, the danger for Wellington under Ernie Merrick.
Maybe another foul there by Kantarowski on Rodriguez. Nothing doing. They're onside here. Trifunovic wasn't, but Alividic was. It's a poor centre, though, as he looked to seek out his Serbian compatriot.
Well, he rushed it, and you can feel for him because he was, I'm sure, getting the call from Trifunovic, and it was on if he could have hit the ball crisply. Lovely from Carney. He knows it's on and then rushes it. He needs to just take a second and realise that Dylan Fox has retreated into a good position and make something more of it. Good defending from Fox. Great opening for Newcastle.
And a whole cluster of Jets looking to scatter as Carney delivers. And Jared Gillett spotted an infringement in there again, this time in favour of Wellington. Radar slightly off. Talking of first half goals, as we were just a minute or two ago, just the second this season for Newcastle. Just the second first half goal in any game at Hunter Stadium this season. The only other one scored by Aaron Moy in that 4-0 win for Melbourne City here some weeks back. It's been pretty thin pickings for, or slim pickings for the home supporters this season. As for Wellington, find themselves trailing again on the road. Just the one away win this season. That was in Perth. It's good cover from Lachlan Jackson.
Very good work from Lachlan Jackson. They're moving the ball around really nicely, Wellington. They've had by far the lion's share of possession, 65 plays 35. Incursions into the Jets penalty area, pretty few and far between. The Jets can't afford to switch off if that's any temptation at all.
Golly gets around Kitto. Bonavacia couldn't control it. Funded clear by Mullen. Dylan Fox being harassed by Trifunovic. And Glenn Moss was worried enough to slice the ball into touch. Fights the pressure back onto Wellington.
So that bit of effort from Trifinovic has yielded reward on field and applause from the crowd.
Drop to the shoulder from Carney. Lifts it up towards Trifinovic, who holds off Durante. Hoffman will get to it first. This is Enver Olivedic. And then took a deflection. It'll be a corner for the Jets. Home fans encouraged further.
Well, you know, I'm going to bang this drum, Simon, because I don't think the point's made enough. This sequence that the Jets are enjoying now is because Milos Trifinovic decided, I'm going to chase down that lost cause and force an error. Well, it wasn't an error as much from Glenn Moss and was protected here by the deflection, but he did kick the ball into touch and the Jets could set an attack.
Third corner of the contest for Newcastle, which David Carney will deliver. Holds the two hands up, some sort of a signal to his teammates. Deep it goes, and it's over the heads of two of the taller players, Lachlan Jackson and Jason Hoffman. Whacked back in by Kontorovsky and easily gathered by Glenn Moss. Wellington Phoenix, of course, have their own reasons for wanting to win today. 5 games without success. Their last win against Melbourne, victory on that pudding of a pitch in Auckland back on December the 5th. And injuries certainly haven't helped their cause, along with the suspension currently being served by Manny Muscat.
Just on the Phoenix, Simon, I'm not sure if you know anything. Most clubs talk about players in a January transfer window. Any rumblings at all from the Knicks?
Not that I've heard.
Are we to read anything into that?
Fair question. Oh, Olivedic, fair old ball too. David Carney behind. Good save, Moss. Ryan Kitto, 2-0 Jets. It's raining goals for Scott Miller's team after the long drought.
The Wellington defence punctured again. Carney in behind has done really well as a second striker today. And Moss to his right can only parry the ball into the path of the oncoming Ryan Kitto. Carney has a look, picks his spot across the keeper, straight out of the Robbie Slater coaching manual. And the crumbs are finished off by Ryan Kitto. And what about relief personified, Scott Miller.
The first A-League goal for Ryan Kitto. Just his 11th appearance, he banged them in for fun in the state leagues for Bacala. Last year in the National Premier League, 17 in total. Now he's got his first in the senior competition. And all of a sudden, there's a whole different mood around Hunter Stadium. Amazing what goals will do.
I spoke to Shane Smeltz this morning, asked him about the feeling of scoring goals. He said goal scoring, the scoring goals is like taking a drug. Newcastle are tasting some pretty nice medicine at the moment. Goodness knows they've had to wait. Well done to young Ryan Kitto, a mid-season recruit. Hasn't found the going altogether easy, but enormous boost to the confidence.
Here he is challenging for that ball. That might have just flicked off the arm, you know. The Wellington Phoenix player, Dylan Fox. Judged accidental. Here it is again. Well, maybe the top of the shoulder.
What about Gully?
Yeah. That was the second part of the equation. Maybe get another look at that from a different angle if we can at some stage. Here it is, Andy. That's the first bit. That's off the shoulder. Yeah.
Comfortable,
It's
you?
all good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
As you were, gentlemen. Scully was a mile away from him. What are you talking about?
Hey, you asked it first.
You pointed.
That's why we have the replays and why they work so hard in the trucks, doing all that sort of stuff. Meantime, Rolly Bonavazia on the ground. Just a little bit winded after being thumped in the back unceremoniously by Nigel Bogard.
That is straight out of the Bogard backyard. Backyard Wembley football matches.
You're going to start talking about the Walrus again.
I don't need to. I think we've just seen that in action.
On a more serious note, pretty rugged challenge from Bogard, and it's a little bit lucky Jared Gillett didn't give him a sterner talking to. Here's Gully. Jets players in hot pursuit of both Gully and now Bonavazia, and they've drawn the foul. Pressure relieved again. Good scrambling. So important for the Phoenix that they got Bonavazia back today. Rodriguez too, but particularly Rolly Bonavazia. It is just the one rumbling that I've heard out of New Zealand, and it's not a particularly good one. I read a quote attributed to Rolly Bonavazia saying that at some stage he wants to chance his arm in a bigger league and with a bigger club, which is a worry. I don't know whether that's been misquoted, but that's what I read.
But I think they just secured him through last season to an extended contract.
Doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Not in this day and age, but the Knicks should have some measure of confidence.
Here's Carney. Kantowski got that all wrong. Phoenix looking to launch a counter, but they got in a bit of a mess there. Hospital ball towards Vinny Leah. Milos Trifunovic very nearly put him in hospital. This is Blake Powell. Rodriguez having a stretch. It's not the crispness about Wellington's passing at the moment. That's better from Fox. Gully. Bonavazia. Good first touch. Rides the challenge of Polyak. Feeds Powell, who lays it off for Rodriguez. Bonavazia. Back for Albert Riera. Rodriguez. Looking for that penetrating pass or run. Wellington Phoenix. Scully. Riera. The probing eventually comes to naught. Well defended again by the Jets. Stayed nice and compact.
Well, there's not a lot of width in the Wellington game, and it's not an unusual thing. Often Wellington are at their best when the players are close to each other and the passes are short.
Open pasture ahead of Jason Hoffman here. Can he pick out a teammate? Carney waiting. Goal kick.
Good snappy counter-attack from Newcastle. Absorbed the pressure at the other end well. Wellington couldn't find their way through the congestion. Didn't take much at all then for Newcastle to break Wellington down and get a really decent chance inside the Wellington penalty area. David Carney with a difficult, more difficult header, I should say, than at least it looked.
Bernie Merrick just issuing some instructions from the Wellington technical zone. Whether there might be a little tactical rejig for the Knicks. keep an eye on that. Starting off ostensibly with 4-4-2. It's going to run away from McGlinchey. Leo. Turned back by Riera. Flying over the top was Jason Hoffman. Alex Rodriguez saying, how about the foul, ref? Wellington Phoenix supporters with their banners. The usual Save the Knicks one that appears to have been put away for the moment. If you believe those reports this week, their future perhaps not too far away from being resolved in the right manner from their point of view.
Well, let's hope. From the game's point of view.
Rudimentary punch forward from Daniel Mullen. Down neatly by Bonifazio. Kantarowski had 2 chops at Bonifazio, and he's furious that he didn't get a whistle. Eventually it does go, and a yellow card is waved in the direction of Kantarowski.
Interesting, that one, Simon, because Jared Gillett had just waved advantage. So is it an advantage or not? I mean, I don't mind him giving the yellow card when the play's stopped. That's a different thing. But Wellington had written those challenges. Jared Gillett had waved play on. Here's the double bunger from Ben Kantarowski. No problem with that being a yellow card. But at that point, he's waved play on. Because they don't secure that possession. Anyway.
How long does that advantage last?
Well...
anyway, that card, as you saw on our caption, is Ben Kantarowski's 5th. So he'll miss the Jets' next game at home to Perth. More selection problems for Scott Miller.
Well, he has been their best player, Ben Kantarowski. He's been like a tube of Selly's no more gaps for the Jets this season.
Sponsorship deals for these people. Very nice analogy, though. Enjoyed it. Now Carney getting goal side of Fox. Through the legs of the defender, who's dragged him down right on the cusp of the penalty area. It'll be interesting to see on the replay whether the contact continued into the box. Jared Gillett rules that it's a free kick and not another spot kick.
He was playing for it, Carney. Old man against young man. Beautiful nutmeg. Grabs hold. Yeah. I'm with Jared Gillett on that one. He only had one thing on his mind, Carney, and he got so close to a reward. But superb play. It's been great, Carney, in this first half.
Booking for Dylan Fox as well. That makes 2 and 2 for him. Welcome to the A-League, Dylan. And more concern for the Knicks. Another set piece they've got to defend here. Kept in by Carney. Oh, Trifunovic. Just too much elevation. And he was unmarked as well.
Well, Carney couldn't have dropped this any more perfectly.
Really, he should score there.
He's got to score there. He's good in the air, too.
That's his meat and drink, isn't it? Milos Trifunovic.
Won't need, doesn't need reminding.
Nobody's had more headed attempts on goal than Milos Trifunovic in the Hyundai A-League. Next one, the whistle. Going to be disappointed. Fox, Riera, Rodriguez, Danascos, trying to punch it in the hole, and it's nearly ever so close to finding its way through to Blake Powell. Well defended by Bogart in the end.
Yeah, really good alert play from Nige Bogart. Super play from Danascos. What a pass that promised to be. Until the Jet skipper did his job.
McGlinchey's corner. Away by Trifunovic. And the left-footed slice by Vinny Leah, not known for his goal-scoring ability. Although he did score his first A-League goal in 4 years against Perth earlier on this season. And that one was off target by quite some distance. Scoreline, a sight for sore eyes if you're a Newcastle Jets fan. Might have been more if Trifunovic had made the best of the opportunity provided for him by David Carney.
That's true, but in Wellington we shouldn't forget to highlight have had some very promising chances themselves. Birighitti forced to save strongly off Bonavazia. A wonderful cross from Blake Powell that Bonavazia just couldn't get onto. And then that last penetrating pass from Danascos, nearly finding Blake Powell. The football's been decent, Wellington. The scoreboard's obviously looking a little worrisome for them at the moment, but their football with the ball has been good. They've got a worry without the ball, Simon. Newcastle getting in behind their back four too easily.
As we mentioned, aside of Andy Durante, it's a very inexperienced back line, just 12 A-League games between Danascos, Fox and Gully. Really a lot of responsibility on the skipper's shoulders. Durante on his return to his former club. Tidied up by Mullen.
Well, Andrew Durante, as you mentioned, is a Marsden medalist in the Jets grand final win. He still has very close connections in the city of Newcastle.
This is Alividic. He's managed to thread it through, but Carney went too early. Well, the look on his face, David Carney, he reckons that was a bit close. No way forward for Gully. Well charged down by Kitto, although they're appealing for handball. Wellington. Kitto's cross, or goalkeeper hasn't got there. Alivadic's header off the line by Durante. Back in by the Serbian winger, and the Phoenix survive only just. Their captain getting them out of a big hole and perhaps keeping them in the game. How can they profit from that? This is McGlinchey, but he's been out-muscled by Hoffman. Oh, and Alividic wasn't quick enough to track back, has been flagged. What a chance they had there, Newcastle, to potentially make the game safe.
Twice now, Simon. Chances to go 3 up.
Instead, they're backpedaling with Blake Powell on the ball inside their penalty area, Newcastle. Powell trying to create the angle! Oh, and it was only a whisker away. Lovely turn by Blake Powell.
It's great striking play. Here's the chance. Good header from Enver Alividic. Has Moss beaten, but Durante anticipated brilliantly. Now that's staying alive in the action. And then Blake Powell, this is a super piece of striking play. Just rolled the defenders, and then with a quarter of a yard to work in. Birighitti very, very relieved, as you saw from that picture.
It's off against McGlinchey this time. It's been an enjoyable first half, action at both ends. On occasion in the past, these Sunday afternoon kickoffs in Newcastle have been somewhat sleepy affairs. Not today. And if as looks likely, Andy, the Jets do lead at the break, which just has a minute to run now. It will be their first half-time lead, Newcastle, since round 26 last season against Sydney, and they led 1-0. They won't thank me for saying this, but they lost that game 4-3. Bonaventure. Danascos. Cute little back heel by Bonaventure. Riera. Wellington would love a response before the break. Not going to get it like that. Here's another stat of interest. 5 matches Wellington have played without Ben Sigmund. Haven't won any of them. And they've conceded 11 goals now in this, their 6th game of that sequence.
Yeah, he's a huge miss, Ben Sigmund. His partnership with Durante has been excellent.
Into 1 minute of stoppage time. Blake Powell on the ball. Newcastle appealing for hands, but it was a stumble by Powell, accidental. Oh, Bonaventure's got that horribly wrong. Not like him. Carney can't get the better of Durante. Rodriguez, Leah. 1 minute of stoppage time up now. Gully. Squared up by Riera, and that'll do, says Jared Gillett. And if you're a Newcastle Jets fan, that is probably the most enjoyable 45 minutes you've had all season. Milos Trifunovic earning and scoring the penalty that ended that long goal drought after 6 minutes, and then added to by Ryan Kitto, who followed up on David Carney's efforts to make it 2 after 26 minutes. Wellington have played their part. They've had chances too, through Rolly Bonaventure and Blake Powell, but at the break it's the Jets who lead the Knicks by 2-0. Let's join Glenn Lauder.
Yeah, thanks, Simon, with David Carney. David, nice position to be in at half-time, mate.
Yeah, 2-0 up. Just got to keep it going now. We played well first half, but we can't slacken off. Performance has been very good. We've had, a number of chances. Could have been more, but we definitely can't switch off.
Obviously a plan before the game to play as more of a second striker and really press Wellington's defence.
Yeah, we thought we'd drop off, obviously save our energy, but when we get it, obviously make those forward runs, and been doing that well and giving Milos a bit more support. And if I can get on the ball and start delivering a bit earlier, hopefully Milos can get another goal.
Thanks, David.
Cheers.
Well, a frenetic first half here at Hunter Stadium. Rich Bayliss and Matt Thompson have all the highlights on the other side of this break.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Come on, David. Leave colour code into your wardrobe. You're far from perfect, but that's just what she likes about you. If you don't like your imperfections,
someone else will.
Find them at one of our bowling nights or on our app. Just like David. Match. Join free today.
Did you pick up your pencil case?
Mum, there's no hot water again.
Oh, great. The boiler's on the blink again. Can't afford to get it fixed until payday. What am I going to do? Quick, think. Okay, you'll have to smell today, but I'll get someone out later to look at it.
Restore some order with a short-term loan from Quickquid. Find out more at quickquid.co.uk.
Play with millions of players in Dragon City now. Feed your dragons. Make them stronger. Find the perfect combinations, create new breeds. Collect hundreds of dragons and complete your dragon collection. Download now for free. Dragon City.
There's 50 years expertise built into every stylish Anglian window. They're A-rated as standard, guaranteed for 10 years, and made to order to transform your home. It's the same with our stunning doors, home improvements that are the real deal. Especially as right now, all our British-made windows and doors have up to 50% off. Call 0800 500 600 for a free no-obligation quote. Anglian Home Improvements, where 50 years expertise is always part of the deal.
This is the moment someone wins the car of their dreams. The moment they get behind the wheel for the first time. It's the moment they hear us say, "You're the winner." There's a guaranteed winner every week at BOTB.com. £16 million of prizes have already been won. Tickets start from just £3. Enter now and get £5 for free at BOTB.com.
Every story can be broken down into 3 parts. The beginning, the middle, and the twist.
I'm sorry.
He created every monster imaginable. This year, they're all on the loose.
What was that? It's the Invisible Boy. Ow! He is such a cracker.
Goosebumps.
We sports all day long on Matchday Live this Saturday. Fletch and Sass set the tone from Carrow Road. Before Norwich versus Liverpool. We've 2 matches from the Champions Cup as Pool 5 reaches its climax. Mönchengladbach hosts Dortmund in the Bundesliga. And finally, in Serie A, it's Empoli, AC Milan. Matchday Live this Saturday on BT Sport.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Yes, welcome back to Hunter Stadium, where the home side, the Newcastle Jets, have produced certainly one of the best halves of football they have all season long. They lead the Wellington Phoenix 2-0, one from the spot from Trifunovic, and they followed it up with a goal to Ryan Kiddo. He's first in the A-League as well. Very impressive from the Jets. And all this talk, Matt Thompson, that they might be breaking a record for not scoring for so long, all out the window now. Let's forget about that and move on as far as the Jets are concerned. What did you make of it? They were very impressive.
They were right from the kickoff. I mean, Wellington actually started the game quite well, but Newcastle obviously came into it. Carney up front was a nice little shot there, but that's worked for them, and hopefully we'll see more in the second half.
Indeed. Let's have a look at some of the key stats to come out of that opening half, and of course the 2-0 scoreline is the only one that really matters, but possession has mainly gone to the Phoenix, and you look at the passes as well, so many more passes. 253 to 111, that is huge. It also tells you a little bit about how the Jets have approached this one. They've been pressing a bit, and on the counter, they look very solid. That's how they got their second goal. But before we get to that, Tomo, the first one, a little bit of conjecture as to whether it maybe should have been play on in the lead up to the foul being awarded. But in the end, they deserved their early lead. How did you see this one playing out?
Yeah, like you said, obviously a nice ball in. I think the first one is from Canner here. And I mean, look, like I said, I mean, I'm not sure where the penalty was. Was it on Trifunovic? I'm not quite sure. But I think, yeah, the whistle was definitely blown a little bit too early there. But look, that's gone. They did score, so we're not going to be hearing about that, I guess, after the game. It's not going to come into it. But I'm sure Bogues wouldn't mind the goal either.
Oh, well, probably not, of course. Trifunovic was the man fouled, and he stepped up, put it away. Dylan Fox, the man who brought him down in the lead-up to that header. And the crowd here, it was a sense of relief, you have to say, around Hunter Stadium. It had been so long, almost 10 hours of football, but it was all done and dusted at that point. And they went on with it, the Jets. They had plenty more chances, and eventually it fell to Ryan Kitto, who put it away. And it could have been... Before this, they could have been up. They always looked the more likely halfway through this opening 45.
Yeah, a fantastic ball by Lidovic there, and can't be disappointed with himself. But again, that's what Kitto's there for, following up the play, not switching off. You can see him there on the halfway line. He's making a run for it here. He's ran past the Wellington right back to score the goal, and that's what he's there, and the coach would be stoked about that.
They could have been out of sight as well, the Jets. They had a couple of extra chances where they could have gone 3, potentially even 4 up heading into the break. And I wonder what you reckon, Tomo, about the fact that David Carney is playing almost as a second striker alongside Milos Trifunovic. It seems to have freed the latter up as well, and it's created far more chances than we've seen probably from the Jets over the course of 2, maybe 3 months, all in one half.
Yeah, well, it's just given them another option, and it gives Trifunovic a little bit more space, I guess, too, and not having to worry about the 2 defenders. Obviously, one's got to take Carney as well. So, I mean, Carney's a smart player, and he's working off Trifunovic quite well. I mean, he got him behind about 3 or 4 times in the first 10 minutes, and he's making a big difference to the way the Jets are getting out of their own half. And you see, obviously, the goal, Carney's in the middle of everything. And for me, here he is again. I mean, he might have had a different option here, playing out to Mateo. But look, that's what he's there for. He's getting on the ball. He's getting a lot more touches than he did out wide. And I'm sure we'll see more in the second half.
It's fair to say as well, the Phoenix have had their own chances. Blake Powell had a very good turn and shot not too long before the break. And I guess when they have so much possession, so many passes, they will inevitably have more chances again. Do you see them coming back in from where they are?
Yeah, they had a bit of luck in between the lines, just outside in the 80-yard box. McGlinchey was getting the ball, Bonavasi was getting the ball, but after that, nothing much happened at the end of the passage. They were sort of getting some nice areas, but nothing really happened. I mean, they had a couple of half chances that we saw earlier, but other than that, it's been all Jets. I mean, and again here, winning the ball in the half, this was unlucky. This is a decent effort. Well done by the Jura there. And look, again, these are all opportunities that I guess the Jets have been creating in previous weeks but not scoring them, but today they have, which is fantastic.
Yeah, Moss, you would think, would be pretty disappointed with finding himself in no man's land there to Livic's chance. This is the one I was speaking about with Blake Powell. That it is a completely different game at half-time. Puts the pressure back on the home side, but it falls the wrong side of the post if you're a Wellington Phoenix fan. Now, remember, kickoff not too far away for the second half, but before that, a bit of a preview of what's coming up after the game on Shootout. Let's check in with Tara Rushton.
Thanks, Rich. Well, don't go anywhere. Coming up soon, the boys will dissect another cracking round, including last night's Sydney Derby. We've got NAB's A-League and W-League December nominations for Young Footballer of the Year. Darren Lewis is live from London with all the breaking EPL news. And Daniel Garb goes one-on-one with Liverpool and Socceroos star Brad Smith. So settle in. There's so much more to come on this very channel 505 right after this game. See you soon.
Thank you, Tara. Looking forward to it. Tomo, before we go to a break, how's the second half going to pan out?
I think Wellington will come out better, but I honestly think the way Newcastle are going, I actually think they'll continue the way they're going. There's no reason to change anything. The Jets will continue.
They look good, the Jets. They are 2-0 up. Second half not too far away. We will head to a break, but as we head there, a bit of a reminder that the football never stops on your home of football, Fox Sports.
After Shootout tonight, keep it locked on 505 for a pivotal couple of games in the Premier League. Firstly, Liverpool and Manchester United from Anfield. Then Arsenal look to keep their title charge going in the tricky surrounds of the Britannia and a meeting with Stoke. Tomorrow night, the Olyroos reunite to face Vietnam on their qualification path for the Rio Olympics. And next Wednesday, the round table is back. All the issues covered in one 60-minute hit from 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We've got all your football covered right here live on Fox Sports.
This program is sponsored by Bet365.
Yes, it's got its own super-fast 4G Wi-Fi. Yes, its super bright LED matrix lights shine further than you think. Yes, it's received a host of great reviews. Yes, it's a new Astro.
With Vanarama, you can also change your car with amazing deals like this brand new Nissan Qashqai from just £129 a month.
The official Star Wars helmet collection is at newsagents now, with your first helmet, Darth Vader, for $199. D'Agostini.
Uh-oh, shocker. 1%? Charger, anyone? Charger? Oh, he's on his own here. He's going to have to step on it. Come on, big man, focus on some in-play action. Ooh, loving your work. And a little shimmy into the bet slip. He's pulled the trigger and wallop. Well played, handsome. Whoa. Who's this? Oh, sorry, love. Our new iPhone app, so quick, so easy, so download it now. And for Liverpool v Man United this Sunday, bet £20 pre-match and get a free £10 in-play bet. Paddy Power, you're welcome.
I think that's why we are still together. Because of my nice, smooth driving.
It pays to be a safer driver.
Oh, I'm very good, Malcolm.
Using our Aviva Drive app to monitor your driving, safer drivers could save an average of £150 on our car insurance. Visit Aviva to download the app.
A world first in higher education. UCFB Wembley and UCFB Etihad campus. University degrees in the football, sport and events industries. An unrivaled business network and professional work experience. UCFB, your future in the world of sport.
Requested.
Let's all meet up in the year 2000. Won't it be strange when we're all fully grown? Prepare to walk by the fountain down the road.
Are you ever late?
Absolutely not. Never.
Never? No, not me.
Late. Not me.
No, it's a bit rude, isn't it?
Oh, no.
At Wonga, we understand you can't always be on time, so we now give you 3 extra days to repay before applying a missed payment fee. And with no hidden fees, the full cost of your loan is clear from the start. Visit wonga.com today to find out more. Wonga, credit for the real world.
Don't miss the movie that really lets rip. Dirty Grandpa, in cinemas Jane 25.
The Emirates FA Cup 4th round, live on BT Sport 2.
This program is sponsored by Bet365.
Well, Newcastle Jets halfway to their first win in the A-League since the 30th of October, leading Wellington by 2-0 at the interval. Second half about to get underway. I can tell you that Wellington have made a change at the break as Newcastle kick us off. Tom Doyle has replaced Justin Golly. He'll slot into the right fullback position. And the word, Andy Harper, from the Phoenix bench at the interval is that they're going to go for it in this second half. And they have to, of course.
Well, they have to, and they've got the players who... You're talking about Michael McGlinchey, Rolly Bonavazia, just to name two. Very difficult players to contain.
To Sevilla, and Tremolinas might be guilty there.
Leave it in. Sure, lovely looking cross. And a really good piece of defensive work by Dylan Fox to prevent a third goal.
What a fantastic piece of defending from Dylan Fox. This is a cross with quite some menace on it. He doesn't head that. You'd have to back Ryan Kiddo. I mean, we've seen some diabolical misses from close range this season. You'd have hoped that Ryan Kiddo wasn't going to join that queue. Great defending from Fox.
Lovely tail on the cross from Alividic, who's taken the corner here, angled it back towards Mateo Polyak. That's all rather disappointing from a Newcastle point of view.
No, more so, Simon, if I may. Dylan Fox, having defended so brilliantly there, could have brought that ball down and started a counter-attack. Yeah, that attempted cross from Mateo Poljak was awful. Dylan Fox could have controlled that ball, released a teammate. Phoenix would have been away.
Says Nigel Bogard. The pressure from Blake Powell. The plan apparently from Wellington is to push an extra man up from midfield to try and put this Jets back line, which has been fragile this season, to say the least, under a little bit more pressure.
They just had to add to the names we've reeled off.
Oh, head clash between Doyle and Kitto. Play continues. Doyle remains down. Ball with McGlinchey, who tries to stab it through towards Bonavazia. It's popping around. Eventually, it falls at the feet of Alex Rodriguez, and then behind by Bogard for a corner. Meantime, Jared Gillett's got to check on the welfare of, first of all, Mateo Poljak, and then Tom Doyle.
They did that on the run. Poljak's holding his quad or his hamstring. Tommy Doyle is checking to make sure everything's intact above the shoulders. Quickly regained his feet. Nervous moment there for the Jets. Nigel Bogard committed himself very early in that sliding tackle. That might have been dangerous for Newcastle.
See if the Knicks can mount a response here. They appeal half-heartedly for a penalty as Dylan Fox took a tumble. There's space here for McGlinchey. Plenty forward still for the Knicks. Oh dear. Got to remember to take the ball with you. David Carney will clear. Picked up in the deep by Leah. Bonavazia. Doyle. There's a left full back by trade, so you'll imagine he'd cut back onto his left foot, just as he did there. Bonavazia through a crowd of players and wide.
Well, they've given Wellington a little bit too much room already, Newcastle. I mean, you can imagine the encouragement in the Jets dressing sheds and as at half-time and as they retook the field about sticking together and sticking to the task. And they've just allowed Wellington a little bit too much space around their own penalty for Scott Miller's liking, I'm sure. McGlinchey and Bonavazia can find something in this second half. Add that to the very dangerous work that Blake Powell's already been displaying. Wellington should feel as though they're well in the contest, but the proviso is the big guns start to fire.
Where do they find the goals from, though, without one of their big guns? Roy Krishna. It's a 5-game winless streak. Seen them score just 3 times. This is Leibovich, who provided that delicious-looking cross some minutes ago. Good steal by Riera in midfield. McGlinchey on the ball. Danaskos pushing forward from left fullback. He'll take control ahead of Rodriguez. Back with the Spaniard now to his compatriot Riera. And Bonavazia turning clear of Poljak. Danaskos. Rodriguez disguises the pass beautifully. Bonavazia, danger here for Newcastle. Beaten away by Birighitti. And they're driven back in by Tom Doyle with his weaker right foot. Still not away for Newcastle. Should be now through Leibovich. Oh, and it's nervous play out from the back, but it drops kindly for Kantarovski. Now can Carney get there ahead of Durante? He can't. Otherwise the counter would have been on. Wellington remain on the front foot. Trying to make a statement after the concession of those 2 first-half goals. Danaskos. Rodriguez. Bonavazia. Clips it up beautifully for Powell, and Jackson is forced into the concession of the corner.
Well, defended it off the touch, Lachlan Jackson, which was timely. But they're just playing against shadows at the moment. Wellington Phoenix, good strong effort. Second one from Bonavazia. That's forced strong work from Birighitti to repel. And then Doyle bursting through. Really strong effort on his right foot. Newcastle asking for trouble.
Lynch's outswinger. Hooked away by Hoffman. Well, they've made the sort of start to the second half. That's one chance provided by Leibovich aside that Ernie Merrick would have demanded Wellington, but that's strong play by Bogard. Held up well too by Trifunovic. Just ran away slightly from Ryan Kitto, who berates himself.
Just a lack of craft. Carney was hugging the line and Kitto couldn't release him. Carney repositioned himself and Trifunovic did the give and go.
McGlinchey offside.
Just a lack of craft from Ryan Kitto. Overhitting the pass might have been promising for Newcastle as the second half is unfolding. It's all been Wellington. They're looking a little bit more like their old selves. Newcastle want to stem this tide sooner rather than later, or they're going to squander the lead they earned in that first half.
Michael McGlinchey, perhaps one of the keys. One of the men that Scott Miller will hope to keep quiet. One in the air by Durante. Rodriguez turning clear of Alividic. Bonavazia left the ball behind.
Clearly second best, the Jets at the moment. This one's slipping away. Wellington edging closer and are looking really good things to get the game back on track as far as they're concerned.
How nervous will the Jets get if they concede? Danascos, Rodriguez. Breaks kindly for McGlinchey when he had no right to expect it, really. Rodriguez. Riera. Bonavazia. All very tight in there. Bonavazia again. Forced back out. Towards Leah. Danascos available on the left. Rodriguez, and then Danascos had peeled back towards the halfway line. And he really wanted him further forward there, Alex Rodriguez. The Jets just can't get out at the moment. Bonavazia again. Doyle. Not quite enough on it to get through to Rodriguez. Good intervention by Alividic and then belted forward by Bogart. Carney onto it in a flash. It's an awkward one for Glenn Moss, who improvises. Couldn't pick it up, of course. Otherwise, that would have been a free kick for the Jets. Blake Pell. Looking to trick his way past Bogart, who wasn't about to be fooled. Kantarowski. Just an air of nervousness around Hunter Stadium. Now this second half has started to unfold. It's another cheek turnover, this time by Hoffman.
Breaking down. Alividic went. Hoffman sees him go. Alividic, not unreasonably, checked his run and came short. Jason didn't have a second look and hit the first option, which was no longer there. You've got to get the ball back, Newcastle. Trifunovic has to secure possession. Hasn't been able to do it. The Jets are just running around like they're chooks with heads cut off at the moment, having no impact on Wellington whatsoever.
They've coughed up another free kick, courtesy of Kantarowski, which has left Roddy Bonavazia writhing in pain on the deck.
Yeah, well, if I'm Wellington, I'd play on too. A rest is going to help Newcastle. The Jets want this to go out. They want a breather. If I'm Wellington, I'm saying, blow that. We're coming at you.
Bonavazia's back on his feet now, somewhat gingerly. He's on the ball. He's going to have a go from a long way out. Optimistic.
Look at the Jets now. There's heads looking everywhere. Who's going to do my job? Who's going to do something? Polyak and Kantarowski, by appointment and performance, the two senior players in midfield, at least in advance of the defence, have to get control of this.
Well, if they don't win this one, Andy, goodness only knows what that would do to their confidence, which is probably running almost on empty as it is after that long winless run. Buoyed by first half goals, but being asked some searching questions in the second half here.
Well, they played well in the first half. And confidence shouldn't have been an issue coming out for the second half, but
it could quickly slip away, can't it, when a familiar pattern starts to develop?
They've just gone, they've switched off. They haven't meant to, but they haven't come out with the same verve.
Bonavazia slips it to the left for Rodriguez. Bonavazia again. Well, it's an awkward one for Birighitti. The cross looped up off the defender. And it'll be a corner for Wellington.
Well done for Wellington. They're pushing. And surely their senior statesman can sniff the opportunity. Bonavazzi has been way more prominent.
Daniel Mullen just got a little slap in the head there inadvertently off Bonavazzi. Corner's been taken quickly and short. Rodriguez trying to protect it and looking for the foul.
That's better from Daniel Mullen. Who wants it for the Jets? Who wants to compete with this one?
Crowd's gone a bit quiet as well. They need them today, Newcastle. This is the Leverage. Rare foray into Wellington territory in this second half. Opens up for him perhaps, tries to float it towards Trifunovic. One back momentarily by Kantarovski, who goes sliding in. Oh, Ben Kantarovski's in trouble here.
Well, so should Andrew Durante.
The two of them went full-blooded into that challenge.
The ref had it completely under control.
Yeah, second yellow for Ben Kantarovski. Big problems for Newcastle Jets. They're down to 10.
Yeah.
And it was a lunge that he really didn't need to make in that area of the field.
He knew straight away that he was in defence of him, trying to provide a spark for his team, but it was a silly decision. So too that from Andrew Durante. That shouldn't go unpunished. I'm sorry. And the ref had control of it. The referee's having a chat with the Wellington skipper now. I don't think that's enough, to be honest.
The long walk to the showers for Ben Kantarovski. The second time he's been sent off against Wellington. He saw red in the 2-2 draw February last year.
Bogard got sent off.
He did.
Game 1 of the
Round
season
1.
away.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they can steal themselves the Jets. Let's see if Wellington can take advantage of this advantage that's fallen their way. They've looked much the better team in this second half. And now they've got the man's advantage. And whether it was a send-off or conceding a goal, it had its fingerprints all over Newcastle's second half. Something like that. They've been way second best. A very sleepy resumption for the team leading 2-0.
This is Polyak. Big test now for this young Newcastle team. Within sight of the finish line of just a second home win of the season. Down a man for the last 32 minutes. And ball against Leverage. You talked about the lack of width for Wellington. They do have Corbina Apia on the bench as we look again at that clear handball by Leverage. I wonder whether he might be a good solution for them.
Yeah, they don't seem to me to be a team that struggles with a lack of width. I've made the point before, Ernie Merrick, as the Wellington Phoenix coach, does like to keep, seemingly to me, players in build-up very close to each other, and they rely on their technique like this to work their way through the minefield that awaits them, and it's been a very effective ploy. He's a super coach, Ernie Merrick. He's done the business at half-time to turn his team's mentality around.
Just as we talk of Corbina Apia, I can tell you he's just taken his tracksuit top off. He's been out warming up with Chris Greenacre, so he'll be on shortly for the Knicks. Meantime, it's with David Carney. Could he unleash a thunderbolt? Not quite. We've seen him score from that sort of range before plenty of times, both for club and country. Meantime, at the other end, Blake Powell. Cross is deflected, and it's behind before Birighitti could retrieve it. Corner.
He's looking sharp, Blake Powell, isn't he? There's a really tidy little dribble, great balance. Moving his body left and right of the ball and keeping the defenders guessing. Wins the corner in the end. Rodriguez to make way for Apia.
Perhaps to give them that penetration down the flanks. Corbina Apia, who trialled with the Newcastle Jets before signing for Wellington Phoenix. On in place of the Spaniard.
Well, they lose in experience with Rodriguez. They certainly make up for in speed with Quabino Apia.
Lynch's corner. Oh, and it bounces dangerously off the Jets defender. There's Jason Hoffman, who's having then some pretty strong words to say to Quabino Apia, who's only just arrived on the park.
Actually, I thought it was Mark Birighitti who caught Apia with his boots. To be innocent, from my vantage point at least. Quabino on that one.
There's the two of them in confrontation again, and Hoffman has floated it beautifully down the line for a Livadic. Cuts inside Danaskos. Quite the elevation on the cross that Trifunovic required. Neat work by Carney. That's really good play by the Jets. Oh. As I say that, David Carney was just too casual.
Yeah, that's it. It's sloppy.
The easiest bit of the job, he stuffed up.
You know, that little snapshot is where the Jets have found themselves compared to where they were mentally in that first half. They're not going to get, you wouldn't imagine, a whole pile of space in which to play with a man down and absorbing pressure from a Wellington team which is rejuvenated. So when you get those moments, that's the real indication as to how switched on you are.
Still plenty of time for the Knicks. The ball back with Leah. Danaskos. First chance for Quabino Apia, perhaps have a run at Jason Hoffman. Livadic doubling up on the winger. The measured switch by Danaskos. Leah. Doyle. Riera. 1-2 with Bonaventure. They hung up in the air for Michael McGlinchey, which is not really his go. Anywhere will do for Jason Hoffman.
Well, the Jets don't change their ways. They've got half an hour of anywhere will do.
They're going to bring on Nick Cowburn shortly. Carney's been robbed by Bonaventure. More pressure on the Newcastle defence. Quabino Apia going around the outside. Hoffman stood his ground. Another corner for Wellington. This will be their 7th of the game. This is what he's been brought on to provide.
Yeah, but well diffused by Jason Hoffman. Positive play by Apia.
McGlinchey's corner. And it pops to Tom Doyle, who has his shots brilliantly charged down by Ryan Kitto. Pressure still on the home team. Bogard at full tilt. They're just backed into a corner at the moment, the home side. Here's the first change made by Scott Miller, and on paper it looks a pretty defensive one. Milos Trifunovic. His number has been called. He doesn't look hugely impressed. Eventually he realises his time is up. So striker off, defender Nick Cowburn on. Man the barricades, Andy.
Well, yeah. Cowburn unlucky to miss out. If he plays more centrally, that'll suit Cowburn as well. And, you know, to be frank, he missed a chance. He scored the penalty. He's looked better today. Trifunovic, but a luxury in the circumstances. His type of player, in my opinion.
Looks like David Carney's going to be the furthest forward for the Jets as they try and protect this 2-goal lead. Bogard caught out of position. Sliding challenge by Lachlan Jackson, brilliantly timed. Wellington still buzzing around the Jets penalty area. This is Danaskos. Cowburn's first intervention is a good one. He gets it towards Enver Livadic. And a chance for David Carney, who's onside here. Could seal the points for Newcastle. Carney! That could do it! 3-0 Jets. And a finish of real precision by David Carney. After a counter-attack that started with a Nick Cowburn intervention inside his own penalty area.
Well, great substitution, because you pinpointed Cowburn brilliantly. He can't do that from the bench, and playing centrally suited him. But preceding that, you've got to pay credit to the tackling of Lachlan Jackson and Daniel Mullen. Two of them in that sequence. Brilliant stuff. The ball falls for Olividic, and Carney's run was diagonal, at least from halfway into his own half, right through the centre circle, in behind the advanced defender, and then he set sail for goal. No one, if you're David Carney with a left foot like him, is going to miss from there. Brilliant finish, scything counter-attack, and they've got something, quite frankly, in this second half they haven't looked like deserving so far, Newcastle.
Well, the ultimate smash and grab. Different circumstances, but a bit like we saw in the Sydney derby last night. And that third goal has come a bit earlier, and interestingly, that scoreline, if it stays this way, will mean the Jets will overtake the Knicks on the ladder. Long way to go yet, though. Here's Tom Doyle at the other end, and he cheekily went for the inside or the near post and put it wide.
He's looked dangerous, Tommy Doyle, hasn't he? He's had a thunderous shot with his right foot. Saved or blocked, and this is a dangerous dribble and shot on an angle. Birigidi, jeez, you don't know if he's got that covered at the near post, if it's on target.
Well, set fair, Scott Miller's team, for their biggest win of the campaign, just their 4th win of the campaign. Here they go again, looking to spring the offside trap.
Fox had played Olividic on too, I'd fancy. Hoffman hoofed the ball out.
That goal for David Carney, just his 10th in the A-League. Of course, he's been overseas for a fair chunk of the history of the competition, and he scored 5 of those against New Zealand sides. 3 against the old New Zealand Knights, and now 2 against the Phoenix. Yeah. Confrontation again with Hoffman.
Well, the back four for Newcastle has been really good today. They've had to do a lot of stern work as the second half has unfolded.
Beautifully rolled into the path of Danaskos by Bonavacia. Such an elegant footballer. Here he is back on the ball. His shot is charged down by Hoffman. Good scrambling again by the Newcastle Jets. Just over 20 minutes to go. Carney closed down unfairly by Leah. Chance for a breather for Newcastle.
Good hunger from Vince Leah. I mean, if you're going to lunge in and try to do something, that's the part of the field to do it. He had protection with defenders behind him, and if he can fairly win that ball, it's worth a go.
There's the As Live ladder, and as we say, if this scoreline remains the same, then Newcastle jump above both Perth and Wellington into 7th. Crazy league, Andy.
That's a lot of fun, though.
Not for McGlinchey at the moment. Offside again.
We've had a 3-goal lead is not an unassailable margin, as we know. We just saw last week. Ben Kadarowski send-off. Newcastle at 10, playing Wellington's 11. Wellington's second half has been much better than their first. They've looked the team in control of the match. David Carney's goal, Newcastle's 3rd, just put an amazing spin on the game, the way it was looking to unfold.
Cowburn slips it through for Olividic. Only Kitto inside the box now, being joined by Cowburn. David Carney on the ball. 10 men are going to have to choose their moments. Not commit too many men forward. Daniel Mullen has steered it in behind. Olividic has claimed that he was held back there. Why didn't he continue and try and get to the ball?
Exactly, so it's not cricket. The referee doesn't give up decisions because you appeal.
We can't go to the 3rd umpire either.
Yet, thankfully.
Some people would like to.
I know. Well, I just prefer a player let the ref decide. You know, perhaps, but, you know, play on. Or did he not, in his judgment, think he'd get to the ball?
Oh, careful, fight!
Well, Phoenix said at half-time they were going to try and go for it. In fairness to them, they have pressed an awful lot more than they did in the opening half. No way through as yet. The attempted passes numbers heavily in favour of Wellington. Not so on the score sheet. That's the important one. Carney upended, free kick.
Well,
Merrick a bit more demonstrative now.
Yeah, he'll be wondering where the second half has gone, because the team responded. And they were looking very, very good. And it's Carney with a bit of magic to win that free kick. And his goal, which is the angst which was building here at Hunter Stadium. The locals not yet getting restless at that point, still enjoying a very unfamiliar position of a 2-goal lead. They saw Wellington coming strong. Were it not for Lachlan Jackson as one, Bogart as another, Hoffman and Mullen the back four with this last-ditch tackling, Wellington might have got a reward.
Doyle has his pocket picked by Kitto. Scorer of the second goal in the first half. This is Bogart. Jackson towards Carney, holding off the attentions of Dylan Fox and drawing the foul. Good play by the veteran.
And the heat's gone out of the Phoenix. Newcastle able to rebalance. Carney's just been irreplaceable for Newcastle today. Winning free kicks. Hitting good free kicks himself. Put Trifunovic in front of goal. Remember the first half. Carney's left foot has been the difference so far.
Wellington going to make that final change in a moment. Meantime, Kitto has worked himself really well out of a tight spot. And has been bowled over rather oddly by his opponents and gets the free kick.
Again, the price of perseverance. Ryan Kitto saving the ball from going out. Asking questions of two players. To be honest, I don't see a tile in that from...
I'm with you.
Vince Leah.
Yeah.
But perseverance paid off for Kitto. Convinced the ref. Carney's left foot from the set piece. Imagine the Jets convert this.
They've got to reach back for the record books and see when the last time they scored 4 goals. Carney. Interesting one.
I was trying to get in first and say, don't ask me to explain that. So
is that a shot? Might have been.
Quite sure it fits any description, really.
Statsman says it's a shot.
Never argue with the statsman.
No. Matthew Rydenton waiting for the next break in play for the Knicks. That's when he'll make his introduction. Meantime with Riera. Just trying to flick it through with the outside of the boot towards McGlinchey. Jets again got bodies in the way. They've done it really well today. Still bouncing around. Here's Corbina Appiah trying to curl it and get the required bend. And here's the third and final change for the Knicks. Matthew Rydenton, son of the former all-white Michael, to replace Troy Danaskos, the young Australian fullback. Denton, one of those, Andy, negotiating or renegotiating a new contract, I'm told. Which again is positive news and what it could potentially mean for the extension of the Phoenix licence. Meantime, Kitto around the outside of Durante. Dylan Fox well stationed and well defended.
Yeah.
Been reasonably good again today, hasn't he, Dylan Fox?
Yeah, he's
impressive.
I mean, that defensive header he made to deny the cross of Enver Lividic will be remembered by me for a while. That was really outstanding. And he's done well.
Bonaventure being hassled and harried by Coburn. Newcastle today were on the cusp of equalling an unwanted club record, 11 winless games. They should, we put in inverted commas the word should, win it from here. Beautifully flighted ball for Tom Doyle, who whips it in low towards Corbina Apia, who's trying to dig it out. Bonaventure too. Still Rolly Bonaventure on the turn, and then McGlinchey, and the Jets are just throwing bodies in the way, and it's to really good effect.
They've done that really well. I mean, that's the sort of desperation that has to go from back to front. And I think it was Lachlan Jackson in the end. It's Bogart who's down.
Yeah, we've got collateral damage for both teams. Bogart and Bonaventure.
Rolly was holding the ball and seemingly holding the entire Jets defensive unit off. And every turn and shot, pass and shot was met with a desperate man in blue throwing his body selflessly to defend the cause. And there's Jackson there. Maybe Jackson caught his captain on the way through.
He's tried his best, Rolly Bonaventure, to try and turn this rather dire situation around for Wellington, but that stat top left of screen tells you an awful lot about Newcastle's performance today. The headlines will probably go to the likes of Carney and Kitto and Trifunovic, the goal scorers, but it's those further back who've done just as good a job today, if not more so.
Yeah, well, that has been the highlight for me. Apart from David Carney, who's, should repeat, not just only scored the third goal, but it was his shot saved onto the boot of Kitto, which was the second goal.
Touched by Bonaventure, further on by McGlinchey and Apia, but Birighitti out to meet him. Now he's got to scramble back between the posts. The cross from McGlinchey. Lachlan Jackson stands tall. Recycled by Riera. Denton left his teammate a bit short. Tries to redeem himself and does. And breaks clear of the challenge. Whips it in low. Oh, how did it not go in for Wellington there? It still might. Tom Doyle, it's bouncing around like a pinball. Newcastle resolute, determined to protect this 3-goal lead. The 10 men of Newcastle after the dismissal of Ben Kantarowski.
The effort, the application's appreciated, but I'm very lucky there. That deflection could have gone anywhere. Denton did so well.
Apia turning into trouble, but upended by Polyak. Quickly taken free kick. Like Powell in behind, whips it across, and Wellington do have one back now through the substitute Matthew Denton. And it's going to be like the Alamo the last 10 minutes here in Newcastle.
Well, if he's not close to Wellington's best, I don't know what's required, because Blake Powell's been very dangerous all game. Fabulous cross. What a crisp finish from Denton. Newcastle's defence switched off. Wellington took the quick free kick. Blake was excellent. The finish from Rydenton, really good. Maybe, just maybe, for Wellington.
Before the game restarts, further reinforcements being sought off the bench for Newcastle. Ryan Kitto's going to be replaced by Mitch Cooper. Meantime, a change of boots for Rolly Bonavazia. Wellington feel like this is game on now. It's not won just yet for the Jets. And they might need the cushion of those 3 goals that they've scored.
Yep, chance for Mitch Cooper. Ryan Kitto's done his job. How often do you see a player deciding he needs new boots 82 minutes in? Maybe that's been Rolly's problem today.
Well, maybe they're his shooting boots.
Well, Mark Birighitti was ropeable with his defence. Who've been excellent till now, but they switched off that free kick, and it's a lifeline for Wellington. Very nervous. Final 10 minutes or thereabouts for the home team.
Here's Tom Doyle on the left-hand side since the arrival of Rydenton. Whips it in low. But gathered by Birighitti, and he'll take his time with the release, understandably so.
He's only got 6 seconds.
He'll try and stretch that as long as he can.
As they do, and you can understand it. But again, it's another thing that referees could so easily clamp down on.
FFA CEO David Gallop amongst the gallery today.
Jets chairman for the day, does that make him?
Well, he's also, of course, at the centre of the Wellington Phoenix situation with the licence, so perhaps unsurprising that he's as close to the action as he currently is. But yeah, I suppose you're right, he probably is the chairman. Or wouldn't that be Stephen Lowy, technically?
Well, yeah, I'm sure technically, but I reckon it gets passed, the mantle gets passed to whichever senior manager's here on game day.
Yeah.
Question then needed to be asked.
There's Tom Doyle, nobody's challenging him. Oh, and it was deflected, and Birighitti did well to hang on to the ball. And now comes the spray for the defenders, because nobody put a tackle in.
How far did Tommy Doyle run? A rhetorical question.
As long as he wants it.
Who wants to pay him some attention? That's what Birighitti's asking.
The Jets nervous, within sight. The first win in 10 matches. Oh, that's a cynical foul.
Yeah. Well, tell me, if Wellington get out of this, does David Gallop, as chairman of the day, have to come out and express the full support of the port? Because they can't lose this one, Newcastle.
I like the way you're thinking, Hans.
Not when you're 3 clear at home. But I tell you what, there's a belief in the Wellington Phoenix team, which is not an unusual characteristic for them. They've had some late finishes before and done well, particularly at home. But they do love playing in Newcastle. Great history here.
They've got a tough away trip up next as well, the Knicks, to Melbourne City. So they want to take something from this game. Appeals for hands against Riera. Not heeded. Durante. Fox. Newcastle happy for Wellington to have the ball in these sorts of areas. Yeah, they need to press, really. Bonavazia in possession. Gets around Mitch Cooper. Whips it in low. Bogard stretching and protecting it away from Rydenton. And again, it's that anywhere will do situation. This time for Coburn. Nobody within 10 metres of the halfway line for the Jets. What we have, we hold. That's the mantra. They've got under 5 minutes to try and see the game out, plus stoppage time, the 10 men. Rydenton needs a better cross than that. Ernie Merrick.
Unfortunate. I mean, his finish for the goal was excellent. Complete contrast. Complete contrast with that crossing effort.
Next 5 matches for these two teams on screen. As we say, that trip to Melbourne to play City for the Knicks. The Jets have the opportunity to build further momentum with a home game against Perth before a trip to Adelaide. Season 11 of the Hyundai A-League. Starting to head towards the finish line. What a fascinating race we've got. Just 4 points between the top 5. And a race on for 6th, of course, as well, as Appiah races after that one. Won't beat Birighitti to it.
No, and you do marvel at Mark Birighitti, still, after that horrible injury at the start of this season, throwing himself at the feet of oncoming strikers. He was assisted. Good patrolling work there by Nicky Calburn. You can imagine we'll slot into the number 6 position next week with Kantarowski suspended. I think that's probably...
Now Leibniz, oh, beautifully taken by Mitch Cooper, then a sliding challenge. Wow, beautifully timed by Dylan Fox.
How well has Dylan Fox done today? Young player just making his earliest steps.
No offside flag against Tridenten. It's looked marginal. He crossed it in. Here's McGlinchey. He should have made it 3-2. Got his body shape all wrong, Michael McGlinchey. What a chance to make it a real grandstand finale.
Again, off the back of superb defending from Fox. Great touch by Mitch Cooper. He probably thought it was good enough to get him in front of goal. And then from that foundation came the Phoenix. Might have been 3-2.
Entertaining game we've had here in Newcastle. It's not over yet. Laid off by Powell. Drilled in low, and it comes off Bogard for another corner.
That's super from Mitch Cooper. At that point, I think I'm in here off the bench to seal it for my team. But Fox has done brilliantly. Good cross as well. And I've got a bit of sympathy for Michael McGlinchey here, because as the ball's flying over, has he got to anticipate how it's going to bounce? Is it going to skid? No opportunity to read the speed of the ball as it came to him, and it wasn't the finish at all required. Claims from Wellington. Is that a penalty situation for wrestling at the set piece? Goal scoring underway this afternoon with a decision on just exactly that by Jared Gillett on Milos Trifunovic.
There's the youngster, one of them. That's the goal scorer, Rydenton. Prior to him, you saw a shot of Dylan Fox. And he's making a very promising start to his A-League career. It's a real shank off the boot of Daniel Mullen.
Oh, no, it's a cruel game. How do you win it? I'm not saying it wasn't a throw-in for Newcastle, but he didn't deserve that, Dan Mullen. It's cruel.
And the linesman wasn't sure, I can tell you, because initially he flagged out as being a Wellington throw. Overruled by Jared Gillett. We're about to enter stoppage time. Newcastle edging ever closer. There's going to be 3 minutes to be added on. Leah's cross, fended off by Bogard, helped further forwards by Polyak. It's really now or never for Wellington. Leibniz needs to head for the hills, really. Instead, he's lost the ball. Rydenton. Riera. Matthew Rydenton scoring just his second A-League goal to give Wellington a bit of hope. Sense of time starting to run a little thin now, though, for the visitors. Must score from this, surely. Doyle crosses low, and where his teammates wanted it. Is it going to be a 4th straight away loss for Wellington Phoenix? So impressive on the road last season. And they won 7 times. This year, just the maximum haul in Perth to show for their efforts when they travel. Unless Bonavacia floats it beautifully for Doyle, who tees it up. Here's Appiah, got it caught between his feet. Can he tee up a teammate? Bonavacia, look at the crowd of players inside the box. There's just no way through. Bonavacia to swing across it. Appiah throws himself at the ball. It just won't drop for Wellington. Doyle. There's the header on target, beaten away by Rydenton. They bundle it over the line through Rydenton, but the flag is up and the whistle is gone. And they're going to be denied a second goal, Wellington. And they sense that they might just have done enough, the home fans. Meantime, concern on the Newcastle bench, no doubt, because Birigitti's got another whack in the face.
Well,
that's the last thing he needs.
Tried to bludgeon their way home. They're the 3 Wellington players offside of that headed moment. Fair call. Yeah, there's no controversy about the offside at all. Clear decision now, just the concern. As if this guy needs another head injury, Mark Birigitti.
Accidental contact, but obviously there's concern given what Mark Birigitti's been through already once this season. And that's drawn one of the biggest round of applause in the Newcastle crowd all afternoon as he gets back to his feet and there's no significant damage. Smiles on the fans, on the Newcastle Jets fans' faces, Andy. We've not seen that in a long, long while.
No, well, they're creeping closer. This restart will probably do it. And the celebration can really start for Newcastle. Leonardo's going to get the opportunity to take the field, and that's about all.
David Carney deserves a round of applause on his own. He's been tremendous today. Scorer of the 3rd and ultimately game-clinching goal. And this 2-goal margin will be the Jets' biggest win since round 27, 2013-14 against Adelaide. All their 6 wins since have been by just the 1-goal margin. Weight about to be lifted off his shoulders and everybody in these parts. As we move into the 5th minute of stoppage time. There was a delay, of course, while Birigitti received some treatment. Rolly Bonavacia's down again. It's about 3 or 4 times he's been in the wars today. Well, what a terrific game this has been, hasn't it?
It had that feel about it. There's something was going to happen today. There weren't a lot of people expecting much, but there was a feeling that there'd be plenty to talk about out of this game.
Plenty to talk about and plenty to smile about for the Newcastle Jets and for their players and their coach, Scott Miller, because finally, after 10 winless matches, the Jets taste success once again. 79 days